can put you in a position where you can make an extra transaction. You make $7,000. If you get a higher split, an extra 10%, you get an extra $700, but you got to do 10 more transactions to make up the one transaction that the brokerage would have helped you get. It's a shell game that
Right.
the brokers are just looking for body counts so they can charge you monthly fees.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, because that rolls into our session. This session is...
Are we starting now? Is it 1:00?
Yeah. Yep. This session is about simplifying your business plan for Q1. And before we get into the nitty gritty of it, because we will, I think we need to talk about the big picture for a second. And one of the things you hear us talk about all the time is self-awareness, right? And we need to be very clear about what is possible for you and what you're willing to accept, okay? Because you could, in the next quarter, go out and do 30 transactions. You're gonna have no life, but you can go do it, okay? Do you really want that? That's the question, right? And are you really going to put the time in to get the skill sets? And are you willing to talk to the number of people it's gonna take to do that many transactions? Because you're not gonna see your kids, right, as much as you would if you didn't. So you gotta start really thinking big picture here about what do you really, really, really want? What's the self-awareness? What are you capable of doing? Is that realistic for you? Is it something you really want? What's the why? Because 30 transactions is going to give you 200, right? It's going to give you $20,000. That 30 transactions, $7,000, you're going to be making a lot of money at that. Do you need that? And are you used to making that? Because if you're not, then your drunk monkey is going to get into overdrive and it's going to pull you back in.
Well, I think there's an exercise for that too, Jeff. I mean, play the game. Mm-hmm. Pretend for a moment you have consistent income of $20,000 a month. And most people can't imagine this, right? So in your current lifestyle,
if you have that much, it's an additional $20,000 a month. Think about that.
Okay. So you make your mortgage payment, there's $2,000. You got $18,000 left to spend this month. Make your car payment, that's $600. Now you got $17,400 left to spend. You do some groceries, buy some nice organic stuff, $500 a month, groceries. Now you got $17,100 left to spend. And if every month you had that coming in, most people live paycheck to paycheck. I mean, it's an astonishing percentage. Like 84% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck and have no savings, right? But I've got some very high income earning friends that make like $1 million a year. And they don't get, what's $1 million a year divided by 26 pay periods? $38,000 every 2 weeks. They don't get $38,000 every 2 weeks. They go into the deferred compensation plans to manage taxes, and they've got investment funds that they put things into. You can't spend $38,000 a month. I mean, you could, but you've
got to change your lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
Because your mortgage payment's not $2,000 anymore. Now it's $8,000.
Right.
And your car's not $600. Now it's $1,200. Right. So those are the incremental next levels. Should you really want that? Do you need that? I don't know. It's up to you. And are you committed to doing that? Because there's a lot of pressure. It's a different level of pressure with a $8,000 mortgage payment than it is with a $2,000 mortgage payment, and different pressure with a $1,500 car payment versus a $500 car payment. And it's an extra couple of deals. It's easy to do deals, right? It's just a matter of, do you really want it? Because don't say you want it because somebody thinks that they want to hear that you want it, because that will never happen. And that's, I think, the biggest issue that we see is people say, well, I want to go be masters. I want Centurion. I want to make $100,000 a year. And you're not used to making more than 60, and your mind isn't even wrapped around $100,000 lifestyle because it's used to 60, right? So that's as your business partner, that's what our role is here, is to help you navigate through these ideas about what's going on here, right? What's real for you? What's self-awareness? What's going to put a big ass smile on your face at the end of Q1? Because that's ultimately our goal with everybody we work for, is when you're sitting there March 30th, March 31st, and you're looking back on your Q1, what puts a big ass smile on your face? And that's the only thing I want to focus on today, is what's responsible, what's realistic, what's exciting, and what will you commit to? And that's kind of the outcome at the end of this session here today.
Well, let's get a little honest with everybody, Jeff. You and I are both coached by Matthew Ferry. right? You mentioned his book, Quiet Mind, Epic Life. I certainly recommend everybody get that book and read it. And what does Matthew make us do every quarter?
Set our intentions.
We have to set our intentions. In what areas?
All
Areas, our personal, our family, our business, our health, our wealth, our investments, our all those things. We set intentions, and he grinds us on them every 2 weeks about what are we doing to take action on those.
Yep.
Right. So I think the intention part is really important. And, Chris does a good job when he talks about the balance wheel of life that Tony Robbins talks about. If you've got your wheel of life and all your little spokes, and you're very low, and your social life and your work life is very high, well, that wheel doesn't roll very smooth. It's bumpy. So the ultimate goal is to use real estate to better your life, right? So you set intentions in the areas of your health and your wealth and your family and your friends and your social and your contribution. And all those things is what makes us balanced. And that's where, this is the concept here is our simple business plan. And our dad, Jim, probably has read every real estate book on the planet. And he summarized everything into one document, which we call the Art of Life Betterment, which we're going to get to in a little bit. But I think the most important thing is we call it the why, but it's, having a clear intention of what you're going to do. I want to make $20,000 a month. Great. What are you going to spend it on? You're going to have to go create a savings plan. You're going to have to create a tax deferred plan. You're going to have to do other things because most of us don't have to spend $20,000 a month. Right.
Or do you want to? And that's the type of lifestyles that we need to talk about. And then, going back to the self-awareness part of this thing, I wrote down there's 3 things that you get to choose. You get to choose the type of clients you want to work with. I mean, don't you? You get to choose who do you want to work with. Do you want to work with buyers or do you want to work with sellers? Who else is going to choose that for you? It's you. You're either going to go out and find people that want to sell their house, or you're going to buy Zillow leads for buyers, right? I mean, or you're going to look for buyers, or you're going to look for sellers. So what type of client do you want? What kind of price point? What kind of homes? What kind of area? Do you want to work with first timers? Do you want to work with retirees? Do you want to work with investment properties? Do you want to work with divorced people? Do you want to work with estate homes? It doesn't matter, right? But you get to choose. And most people don't do this. They're like, I'm in real estate, bring me something, right? And that's not a good business model, right? So the business plan simplified is what kind of client do you want, right? What kind of business do you want to create for yourself, right? How do you want your clients to treat you? How do you want to treat yourself? Like, what's your perfect career like? And what's your ideal schedule? And this is what you get to sit back and really think about for Q1, because this can be different in Q2 and different in Q4. We're talking about Q1 right now. Like, say, all right, are you happy to work 6 days a week? Do you want a day off? Do you want 2 days off? Do you want Tuesday off or do you want Thursday off? What kind of schedule do you want? When do you take kids to school? Do you pick kids up? Do you have any obligations in the morning and the evening? Do you want to play dodgeball in a league? Do you want to do softball? You want to take painting? You want to take piano? You want to do yoga? You want to do beach walks 3 times a week? I mean, what schedule do you want? Because all of this is important, right? Because now you start to say, okay, what am I willing to do, right? How much time am I willing to commit to this one? And what are the results that I actually want? And that's kind of where the simplified business is. You got to start here, guys. You got to figure out, what is this all about? At the end of March, I look back and I had time with my family. I had time for myself. My health is good. My debt is paid down. My savings accounts are up. I've got this much in inventory. I've got these many pendings, right? This is an intention that you get to create. And it's the mindset and it's the beliefs that Chris and I talked about before lunch, that all is the foundation work for this. Because what's possible for you? Because if your goal for Q1 is to do more than you did in Q4 right now, then your drunk monkey's already working in overdrive saying, not going to happen. Bullshit. Never going to do it. You're not going to do it. Not going to happen. And then you're in trouble because you're not emotionally charged or attached yet, because you haven't designed what your why looks like. And what does your life look like at the end of Q1, right? That's the issue that we have. So let's make some assumptions or intentions. And I want you guys to do it yourself. What does Q1 look like? Craig, let's talk about a couple of non-negotiables.
Well, let's first get clear. We're talking about generating, and this gets a little complicated, but it's really not. We're talking about generating new business in Q1. You might already have 8 deals in the bag and a close. Well, that doesn't count. We're talking about generating new business, right? And let's be honest. Here, we have 400 and something people in our company, and over 150 have done nothing this year. They're sitting on the couch watching Netflix, smoking pot. Nothing. But we have 200 agents that have produced a lot. And of the 200 that are producing, 50% are producing at master's level and above. Same market, same town, same leadership, same management, same coaching. But why is 25%, I'm sorry, I said 50, it's about 25% of our agents producing at master's level, which is $149,000 gross commission a year. And they've got the same resources and tools. It's all here. It's mindset, it's desire, it's intention, it's belief in yourself, it's awareness. You guys were talking about that earlier, right?
It's the why. It's the why and the mindset.
That's the most important thing. Mindset is the most important thing of all. And a lot of us run around with self-doubt. Some people are saying the pandemic has killed the industry. And some people say, this is the best year I've ever had. I've got a text from Mike Meadler, the president of Century 21, saying to you and I, Jeff, he sent a group text to you and I,
Yep.
saying, congratulations, boys. I just looked up your numbers. You're 7% ahead of last year. And we had 3 months of no business. How did that happen? What happened when the pandemic hit? What did we do?
Went full throttle down.
We went full throttle. We started pushing content and we got engagement and people played the game and we gave really, really strong guidance and advice and tactical things to do. Hell, we give you daily post every day, right? Real estate related to post to your social media. We doubled down and we stayed alive and thrived.
And guys, we dodged a major bullet. Everybody watching this, we dodged a major bullet because we did not have to be deemed essential services. We could have been shut down like this industry was in many other states around the country and other countries around the world, right? You could argue that we shouldn't have been out working, right? Because of whatever reason.
Hey, Jeff, I talked to my friend in Spain yesterday, Sunday. There's a curfew. They're not allowed on the street after 10 p.m.
Yep.
My daughter lives in Chicago. I mean, there's no restaurants. Restaurants are shut down now, not even for, takeout only, not even outdoor dining.
Yep.
I mean, we are just blessed in so many ways, and it's a shame to waste it and not take advantage of it.
Well, one of the whys I know came out of the pandemic for most of the people that we're working with right now is to make sure, not a wish or a hope, to make sure that you have at least 6 months of liquid cash flow, accessible liquid assets to cover at least 6 months of full expenses, right? It's completely irresponsible not to have that in this day and age, in this market right now.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question, not you a question, everybody a question. And I don't want you to answer it, but I want you to think hard about it. You should know, what does it cost you a month to float your household in its current condition? House payment, car payment, insurance payment, school payments, daycare, all the stuff you got to pay. What does it cost you monthly to live? If you don't know that, part of business planning 101, you need to know your expenses, right? So write that down. If you don't know, go through your credit cards, go through your checkbook, find out what you spend on a monthly basis, right? That's number one.
Yep.
And then number two is look at your outside sources of income. I talked to one of our long-term agents over probably Thanksgiving-ish. I just call the agents from time to time. She has $120,000 a year in rental income. She owns 20 houses now. She's been buying houses. She's been with us for a long, you know who I'm talking about now. But she owns 20 houses, got $120,000 a year in rental income. Passive income just flowing in every month. Now, that didn't happen in year one. She's been doing this for 26 years, but she started brand new, right? That's where we get to step one of our game we're going to play with you. It's called the primary aim. Where do you want to be in the future? So a part of our job is to make you aware of what things are, right? So number one, know what your income requirements are. Number two, what are your external sources? So if you're let's say you're transitioning into real estate from a stay-at-home mom and your housing expenses are $7,500 a month, but your spouse makes $8,000 a month. How much do you need to make? This is one of the biggest problems I see is a lot of people don't have a need for the income. So I'm going to encourage you to create a need, right? You have to have a why. Maybe, you're doing well as a family and you take vacations every year, but what if your income, just dream a little, what if your income could upgrade the family to first class? What if your income could upgrade the ski villa to the ski in, ski out versus staying at the hotel in town?
Or what if your spouse, God forbid, got laid off and that income stopped and you had to carry the boat?
Yeah. All right. And then back to your original point, Jeff, having 6 months worth of cash, if it costs you $6,000 a month to float the boat, you need to really have $36,000 in cash liquid just in case something were to happen. Health insurance, health insurance is super expensive. If you don't have it, you need to get it. So you got to start thinking about things like that. So this is the holistic approach to the business plan, the simple part of the business plan, which we just made not simple, because these are some of the hardest decisions and things you're going to have to do. But I want you to recognize something. This industry provides you with the opportunity to do anything you want. When you're a 9-to-5er at a corporate job with a salary, the chance of you making an extra $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in a quarter doesn't exist, right? Even if you drove Uber on the side 8 hours a night and didn't sleep, you're not going to make an extra $20,000. But you guys can land a century21.com lead from the internet and get $1 million sale because you just answered your phone because you weren't Redballed in Lead Router.
Or have the mindset, comfort, and belief to go up to $1.3 million expired.
Yep.
Right.
So I think we should be appreciative of the fact that we have the capacity to do more. And your friends should be jealous because they can't do that. And you're letting them down if you don't do it. How about that?
And it goes back to what we talked about this morning. There's you guys know this, right? We didn't just speak brand new words to you. You know this. That's probably why you got in this business. Unlimited earning potential, right? Which unfortunately includes the number 0, right? So that's the options of what you can make in real estate. But you know this, but there was that unconscious resistance that's stopping you from going to whatever that next level is. So let's continue down that path. So you've got your monthly nut, right? What it costs you to live. You have to bring in that much money. You're going to lose your house and your car, right? And starve. So it's not negotiable. You have to earn at that level. And it's probably the level that you're earning right now, if you look at that, because you're designed to stay at your level of comfort, not necessarily beyond that, because it's stressful and it's unnecessary until your why becomes strong to raise that level of necessity, right? It's kind of what we spent the morning talking about. So what we're trying to figure out, what we need to figure out together is on March 31st, right? When you're sitting back going, geez, that was one hell of a Q1. I can't believe interest rates were that low. I can't believe how much business I had. What fun clients I had. That was my best quarter ever. I really enjoyed it. And look what I made, right? This is where we come from. This is the visualization part. This goes back into the primary aim part, is like, what is this about? And then we say, okay, let's go through it. I made a dent. I've saved some money. I paid off my bad debt. Let's talk about that for a second, Craig. Like, what should we pay off versus what should we not worry about paying off?
Well, you have good debt and you have bad debt. So your bad debt is your credit card debt. You don't get to write off the interest. You don't get any benefit from it. And it's super, super high. Your car debt is fine. You can write that off on your income taxes as a business expense. Your house expense debt is good because you can write off your taxes and your insurance and your interest expense. So that's really the only debt you should have. Credit card debt is the worst. Oh, and student loans need to go away, right? So maybe before you start dreaming about the fancy trips and first class trip plans and ski in, ski out chalets, you pay off your student loans and your credit card debt. All the people with student loans are missing the entire opportunity to take advantage of these low interest rates. I mean, there's an argument that's one of the biggest crises in this country. Yep. And here we are in an industry where if we actually showed up and followed a schedule and made the contacts we're supposed to make, we could eliminate all of your problems, right? But you have to have that belief that you can do it. And you can. So why don't we jump into the auto real estate? Because it's all going to tie in. All right.
It's all going to tie in, and then we're going to come up with a hypothetical plan for you that you can tweak and adjust on this one. So we're going to go through the art of real estate. You want to share it?
I got it up.
Okay.
All right. So this is the simple one-page business plan. Let's make it a
And for
little
all of
bit.
our agents, this is in .loop and
Yes.
is in the Art of Life Betterment. And you could actually go download this and print that and fill it out. It's fillable.
But it should take more than that. All right. So the concept is your name. It's at a 90-day plan, and Q1 is what we're talking about, January 1 through March 31. Number one is empower your strengths. We didn't really talk too much about the DIS.
No, it's in this part of self-awareness, but we can, we're not going to dig into it deep, but who am I? You know your strengths and weaknesses. The D personalities, the I, the S's, the C's. We're not going to get into that in depth right now, but you know your strengths and weaknesses. If you don't, reach out to us, and we'll walk you through that process.
And we go back to the point where people like people who are like themselves. So if you're a high D, you're going to be attractive to the high Ds.
And we're going to hit that, by the way, our next session with Chris, we're going to hit into that.
Okay. So let's not spend a lot of time on it now. So
Yep.
the idea is know your personality type so you can learn what your customer's personality type is, because the best compliment you can give them is treating them the way they want to be treated. So me, for example, I'm an analytical. It drives me crazy. Jeff will call me and say, hey, Craig, we got a deal. We got to act on it fast. I need a check like in 10 minutes. That's not how I act. I have to process and go through things differently, but it happens between us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if he was being more respectful of his brother, he would give him time to process. But
And I operate off my gut. I'm like, okay, quick, looks like a good deal. I'm going to do it. Here's the check.
Right. So
none of them are right. They're just different, right?
They're just different. Exactly. I think Jeff's nuts and he thinks I'm retarded. So there it is. So that's it. That's the first part of the sales and business plan, is understanding your personality type so you can learn other people's, and then you can adapt yours to get along with your customers so that they trust you, like you, and know that you care about them. Then goals. So strength, goals, primary life goals for your primary aim, which the concept is, where's the link to the primary aim form? It's usually in here. Huh. The concept is 5 years from now, you're going to take your dream, right? I'm 5 years older than I am today. My spouse is 5 years older. My children are 5 years older, right? And just start thinking, oh my gosh, you're 5 years closer to death, right? I mean, it's a different perspective, but here's a concept. People tend to overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in 5, right? Everybody to a T joins real estate. They want to make 100 grand a year. How many people do you think make 100 grand a year in real estate? 5%, 10% the most?
If that, yeah.
If that. So it's just a pipe dream. And everybody wants to do it in their first year. But you're learning a brand new industry, a brand new job. Cut yourself some slack. So we focus on the activities. And in this quarter, I want to make this much, and this much in a year, and this much in 5 years. And we've got a whole process we'll go through on that. But then this is where the key comes in. Your proposed schedule for the next 90 days. So somebody put a question up the other day and said, I'm getting started. I'm full-time with another job.
Well,
I don't care.
Pause that thought for a second. Let's finish the 5-year thing for just a quick second, because this is a real important thing. What is, we joke, but it's really kind of become a fundamental cornerstone of the company. What puts a big ass smile on your face? So to underestimate what you can accomplish in 5 years is the biggest understatement in the world, right? Your life could be ridiculously everything you wanted within a 5-year period. That's a lot of time. So if it were to be the best it could ever possibly be, what does that life look like? What do you look like? Who are you with, right? What is your home? What is your car? What are your vacations? Like the perfect world. What's your schedule? Ideal world that you're living in. What puts that big ass smile on your face? And then you say, okay, what does that cost? Maybe it's 300 grand, 400 grand a year, whatever the number may be. Okay, so my 5-year number is 300 grand a year. So what does it cost in year 4? What's reasonable bump from year 4 to year 5? Say if I could be making 250, that's a nice jump to 300. And then in year 3, I should be making, 200. Year 2, I should be making 150. So first year, if I can get to 100 grand, that kind of puts me on my path to that lifestyle. You guys following the process? So 100 grand, 120, 150, 200, 300. So my next year, if I can make 100 grand, I'm crushing it. But that's too big of a chunk. So we always talk about chunking down. So what we're talking about now is say, okay, if it's 100 grand over the year, it's 25 grand in a quarter. So if I can pull down 25 grand in Q1, that's all I want to focus on right now. And the average check is going to be $7,000. If it's $7,000, I need 4 or 5 deals, right, to close in that price range. And now I'm on track for my 100 grand, but all I really care about is that I'm on track for Q1. So the simplified version now is, how do I get 25 grand in Q1? Got it?
Well,
And then
let
that
me
rolls in from the schedule.
let me throw some analytics in there just for fun, because you guys
Mhm.
may or may not know. Your independent contractors, your 25 grand is not 25 grand.
Yep.
We got this uncle, fucking greedy Uncle Sam, who wants 30% of your income.
Yep.
So when you make 7 grand, you're really making 4,900. So to make 25 grand, you really need 5 deals. So we got to be cognizant. I mean, you're going to have some expense write-offs and stuff like that. But if you budget for 30%, you'll likely have enough money to pay your taxes and even get a refund. So just please be aware of that. It's happened to us
That's
too
a
well.
great point. So now it's 5 deals you need to do in the quarter.
Which is less than 2 a month.
It's 14 weeks to do 5 transactions.
It's one every 3 days. No, it's not.
No,
It's one every 6, 7 days.
no, 14 weeks, we have 5 deals. So it's every 2.5
One deal
weeks,
every
you gotta
3
do
weeks.
something.
Yeah.
Or yeah, every 3 weeks, you've got to do something.
See, and this
You
is
can
where it
have
gets important.
20 crappy days and 1 good one, and you win.
And this is where it gets important. It's the third step here. It's your schedule. So we have a school teacher, full-time schools teacher, who, a school teacher makes what, 50 or 60,000 a year? And she needs that income, but she wants to get into real estate and expand her horizons. So the concept I gave her is, look, in your spare time, because teachers can have spare time if they plan it right, if you can spend an hour a day or 2 hours a weekend day and do the prospecting, even though you can't really service the customer because you're in school all day, you could generate the referral and give it to one of our agents who will pay you a hefty referral fee for generating the client. And then at the end of the quarter, we'll see how much you would have earned if you had generated it yourself, right? But the key to that was, if you take an hour a day and do your social posting or do your phone calls or do your FSBO hunting or do your Remind data, whatever it is, but you got to have that schedule. And if you can be that diligent and trust the process for 90 days, it's easy to go back and look and say, oh, wow, if I had done this for myself, I would have made X amount of dollars, which is more or less than I need. And that would give you the confidence to quit the job, the full-time job, and make the transition to full-time real estate. Okay. So the schedule becomes important. Now, the same thing happens if you're full-time in real estate. Come on, guys, 40 hours a week is a full-time job. Your people, your friends that go to work have to work 40 hours a week and they get X amount of dollars, period. And they have to go to work from 9 to 5 or whatever time that is. You now have this freedom and flexibility that you can go to work or not go to work. You can work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, or you can not work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So the key to your success at this stage is to marry yourself to a schedule, and that's your only job. If your schedule is, tune into our team huddle from 8:30 to 9:30, and then take a break, and then work on your business from 10 to 12, 2 hours a day, actually working on going into your sphere of influence, making phone calls, sending video texts, doing lead follow-up. Actually, that's not even the 2 hours. But if you spent 2 hours a day of your 8-hour workday on what we're going to teach you throughout the next 2 days, there is no chance of not success. But it's a dedication to the schedule that's the key.
It's the dedication to the schedule, and it's the commitment to the numbers, right? This has got to become a numbers game. Let's go through some high level numbers for a second. And this is a Tom Ferry, Mike Ferry numbers. Right? This is just real estate in general. We're not talking about amazing skill set. We're not talking about those who crush it, but this is pretty much the way the numbers fly out, even with normal agents, right, that are just doing coaching. So buyer side first, then we'll just talk about the listing side. So from a buyer side of this business, you're going to have about a 4-to-1 conversion ratio. You're going to talk with 4 buyers. You're going to have 4 buyer consultations until one of them actually does something. Why? Because they're in various stages of the buying, dreaming process. It just is what it is. So, and so over the course of the year, if you're going to have 12 buyers transactions closed, you're going to be having 48 buyer consultations in order to get 12 things, right? So divide that in by 4 for the quarters. That's really, I need 3 buyer sides times 4. That's 12 buyer consultations in the quarter, right? So follow me on this one. So there's 12 interviews, buyer consultations with Bob and Mary who are thinking about buying a home. Some can, some can't, some will, some won't, right? But one
Some
out of
will
4.
a year from now, some will 6 months from now.
Correct. But in this quarter, I need to be talking to 12 of them in order to get 3 of them to actually close to feed my goal for the year, right? So that's the 4-to-1 ratio. From a listing side, you look at it this way, it's a 2-to-1, right? 2 listing appointments to get 1, because you're not going to get all of them. We're talking about pre-qualifying when we get to that stage. But let's say you wanted to get 12 listings over the course of the year, which is 1 a month, right? Divide that by 4. That's 3 listings that you want to take over this quarter times 2. So that's 6 appointments, right? So now we're talking, you have 14 weeks in this quarter, and you've got 12 buyer appointments, and you've got 18 listing presentations, right? And you've got 14 weeks to do all of this whole thing. So when you average out the percentages, it's 37.5% closing ratio. It comes down, I'm going to boil this math down for you. It's 1 good appointment a week. Okay. So 1 good appointment a week is going to get you to the goals, which is going to give you greater than your $25,000 net a year. It's actually going to bring about $35,000 a year. So
what's
1
even cooler about
good
that?
appointment. What?
If you get the 1 good appointment on Monday, you can take the rest of the week off. But if you don't get the good appointment on Monday, guess what you got to do? You got to go hunting on Tuesday. And if you don't find it on Tuesday, you got to go hunting on Wednesday.
I love this question. But Craig, how many people do I need to talk to?
As many as you need to talk to until you get 1 good appointment. And if you have more aspirations to that, then until you get 2 appointments.
But take the pressure off, because when we're talking about Q1, this is where the trouble comes in, guys. You need 1 good appointment a week. That is your only job for Q1. Don't pressure to have 4 of them. You need 1 really good one. If you happen to get 2, fantastic. But stop it. Stop putting the pressure on. You don't need them. Too many agents go, oh my God, I need to buy $1,000 worth of Zillow leads to get 40 calls a week. No, you don't. You need 1 good qualified appointment a week. 1, right? And you're going to get to your goal. You're going to make over $100,000 a year with 1 good solid appointment a week. 1. And it's going to take talking to people. How many people? Until your thumb hurts, right?
Well, let me make a statement to that point, because I want to be direct. When you follow the systems we teach you, the way we teach them, because you could have 4 appointments a month and put your foot in your mouth and the ratios aren't going to work out for you. So we're going to show you throughout, when we get to the Beggins buying process and the Beggins listing process, yes, it's onerous, but it's accurate. And you really only need 1 a month or 1 a week. So why not do it right? I mean, our definition of right, I'm sure some people don't agree.
But as look, this is, I think, a critical point. If you work with us, you want our definition of right, because we're your business partners. And guys, we make money when you make money. So we're only going to tell you what to do that works. Does that make sense? We are aligned completely. So everything we're telling you makes us money, right? So in essence, you make money. We all make money. We get to our goals, you get to your goals. So we're not going to teach you to do anything that's not completely 100% in your best interest. Yeah. So those who work with us know that. And that's why we teach the system that we teach, because it's efficient and it's effective and it absolutely works across the way.
And you can take shortcuts and it'll still work, but it won't work as well.
Correct. Now your cousin Joey will probably list with you no matter what. You might not have to go do the preview appointment and leave the 11 questions behind, and you'll still get the listing. But when you talk to the neighbor Bobby down the street, you need to follow the system. And so that's the process you should follow with everybody.
Well, I'd go one step further than that. When you do the system with Bobby, your cousin, then Bobby recommends you and says, hey, you really should deal with Jeff, not because he's my cousin, because he's a badass real estate agent. You wouldn't believe the service I got from this guy. Yep. So you want to get the referral because of the effort you made, not because of your relationship. Right?
Yes. Now, do you all the time? No.
No.
Should you? Yes.
Yes.
for that reason, because you don't want the obligatory listing. You'll take it, but you don't really want it because it doesn't. You want them to say, "Damn, I didn't know you were that good, and you're my cousin. That's cool," right? That's the ultimate thing that you want. But really, guys, one good qualified appointment. Now, we talked earlier about you get to pick your clients, right? My personal thing is I want to work with people that see my value, right? That will follow my process, because I don't want to waste time. So from a brokerage perspective, the reason why we spend so much time teaching you guys is because we want you to do it this way, because we know it works. If you really don't want to do it this way, you really don't need to be here. And that's okay. But the way both goes, right? It's attract and repel. A lot of you have seen some of our stuff, followed content. That's why you're watching the stuff to see if fit, or you just like the stuff that we're talking about. That's great too. But really, just find the system that works for you. We know this works, and that's why we teach it. But you get to say, okay, I want a seller that's going to appreciate agency, that's going to really appreciate the value that I bring by being in full disclosure, obedience, loyalty, confidentiality, and being able to be an awesome negotiator, and appreciates the global reach of Century 21 and the brand and all this stuff. They appreciate it, they value it, and they see the benefit, right? What if I had set out in my business plan for Q1 that I only want to work with sellers who see the value in these things? Is that a good intention to set out there? Yes, right? Because then I'm going to attract people, and I'm not going to get the guy that says, yeah, but Billy Bob Joe said they do it for 2%. Well, then get the hell out of here, because you're not what I want, because I bring value and this is what I do, and I don't need your business, right? It's almost, you have a mindset of, you're fortunate to work with me because I'm a really good agent and I have your back and you can trust me and you know what's going on. And when we talk about connections shortly, you're not even gonna have to say that, because the attraction connection will be there. But I want them to see your value, what you bring to the table. Then you're not going to get the objections. You're not going to get the commission objections. They're going to see you. So what if your intention is, in Q1, I'm going to work with sellers who absolutely appreciate my value and the value of the brand and the full service offering package we bring. Okay. That will increase or decrease the odds of you finding somebody like that. It's going to increase it. And then you say, okay, what else do you want? You want to work with who else? What kind of buyers do you want? You want buyers who actually listen to your advice. You have the buyers that want you to consult with their loan officer. They want you to get involved in the loan process. They want you to really understand the neighborhoods and their needs and their wants, right? They don't want you just to be a door opening monkey that just opens a door for them that they found on Zillow, right? They want set your parameters. What do you actually want? All of this comes together, guys, in business planning. It's like, what do I want? If I want one good appointment a week, I want it to be with somebody who appreciates my value. And then I can start to be more selective about what that appointment's going to be. I might have 4 people that could be potential appointments, but what a luxury it is to say, you know what, Mary, on Oak Street?
You can only work after hours, and my kids got soccer games I like to go to.
Right?
You're not the one I'm looking for.
Pick and choose what you want. That's why this is 101 business planning simplified, because you get to decide what kind of business that you want. Most people don't. They just kind of bounce around in real estate and they hope they get something. And it might be a buyer, it might be a seller, might be who knows what it is. And it's a hamster wheel, and it's stressful because you never know where your next deal's coming from. This is planning a business deliberately so you know you can duplicate your results and predict when the next one's coming in. You guys follow where we're going on this one? So it's fine getting the niche, designing what you actually want, and going down that path and talk to people. So if I were an agent right now, I would be saying, okay, inventory is really short, buyers are plentiful, interest rates are low. I should get as many listings as humanly possible. But if I'm going to put the energy to get listings, I'm going to go into a neighborhood that people really want to live in right now. And I'm going to go door knocking, or I'm going to hit Remind, find absentee owners, and I'm going to call 30 of them a day or 50 of them a day until I find one that actually says, you know what, we've actually been considering selling our house. We noticed the market's pretty high. Why don't you tell me what's going on? And I could have 49 people say, screw you, Jeff. I never want to talk to you again. I don't care, because I want to find the one that I can help right now, because that's all I need this week, right? But I could say, you know what, I only want waterfront properties, or I only want high-end vacation rental properties in Champions Gate, right? Whatever it may be, is I get to choose what business that I want. That's part of business planning 101. Is, do you want to be the specialist in X? Do you want to be the go-to person that brings value and trust in whatever neighborhood? You want to be a first-time buyer specialist. You want to help divorcees. You want to work with estate sales. You want to work with for sale by owners. You want to specialize in expired. You want to work with pre-foreclosures. Doesn't matter. But once you pick one and say, I'm going to identify these customers that see my value, and I'm going to talk to as many as I have to until I get one good appointment a week. That's your business. And then you talk to as many as you need to on Monday, and that goes back to the schedule.
Right here. Schedule, proposed schedule the next 90 days. How many days a week? Look at this. I'm theoretically your boss, right? Your broker. Hey, agent, how many days a week are you willing to work? Oh, 2? Okay. How many hours a day on those 2 days will you actually work looking for buyers and sellers?
What do you mean by work?
I mean, look how ridiculous this is. You choose how many days per week you work. You choose how many hours per day of the days you choose to work. And you choose the number of connections you want to make during the days that you work. Right? We're going to teach you the skills to connect with people better, so you don't need to talk to as many people to make the connection. Right? But that's how ridiculous this is. So if you're starting out in the business, damn it, and you're full time and you want to build, and you got a why, and you got know how much money it costs you to live, and you got to replace your income and all that stuff, then you better be working 5 days a week. And you better be working 6 to 8 hours a day, at least prospecting and making 20 connections a day, 100 a week. Right? If this was not an independent contractor business and I was writing you a paycheck and I said, Jeff, I want you to come in by 9 o'clock and I want you to talk on the phone until you talk to 20 people a day and I'll pay you $100,000 a year. Would you do it? You talk to 20 people a day, every day, 5 days a week for $100,000. Paradigm.
And say this to that. Yeah. Say this to
and say this way. That's how ridiculous this is, because you guys are shitty bosses because you're putting up with lack of accountability from yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great reminder though, Craig, because you need to say, if you're the boss, you say, here's what I want you to say. Here's how it needs to sound. Go practice it and come back to me and tell me you understand how to present it. And once you're good at presenting it, then I want you to say that 20 different times a day and I'll pay you $100,000 a year. Yeah,
but let's be honest. You're going to have to try to talk to 60 or 70 to actually talk to 20.
Yep.
You know, my phone's rang 4 times here today, and only one of them was somebody I cared to talk to, because the other ones didn't even leave a voicemail. There's spammers calling.
Right.
So
but
people don't answer their phone.
That's the paradigm shift though, right? Is figuring out now, if you're honest with yourself, as you're watching this one, when's the last time you recorded yourself on your presentations? Whether it's a phone call, income from a buyer lead, or it's a seller, or it's a referral from a friend, right? What did you say? Did you pay attention? I mean, the next one you're going to love when we get into contacts and connections and creating a true attraction and a bond with people. And it's done by words. Like, did you really pay attention? Were they D personalities, I's, S's, or C's, or the visual, auditory, they were kinesthetic in their nature, right? Those are the things that are coming about. This is what it's about. Figuring out how can you maximize your efficiency and make it the fewer number of people you have to talk with to get to the goal that puts a big ass smile on your face. That's the reason why we're teaching these skills, is to make it easier for you to happen faster.
All right. So back to this boss concept. You're your boss and you're accepting or not accepting your performance. All right. And this is the hard part of our industry, is because you got to kick your own butt unless you use our coaching. Right. So we've got it figured out. You voluntarily chose to work 4 days a week, and you selected 2 hours a day to actively talk to people with the goal of making 20 connections a week. Right? That's your metrics. That's your job. Now, the next part of encourage here, is what are you going to do? I mean, it could be as simple as calling your Facebook friends or messaging your Facebook friends 20 times a day until you engage with 20 people. That could be it. You're the boss. You decide. But if you're going to do that, do it consistently. Now, some of you might have thousands of Facebook friends, and it would take you a whole quarter to get through them all.
Yep.
Right? I mentioned Brian and Nancy. You know, they go to their 25% they have a 300-person farm. They go to 75 homes every week. Right? And they're seeing out and about for sale by owners, for rent by owners. I mean, Zillow's a gift. They tell you where all the FSBOs are, what their phone numbers are. If you played the FISBO game and you did spend 2 hours a day, 4 days a week, you can't tell me you're not going to be successful. But we don't, because we don't have to, because we're independent contractors and we're not held accountable to anything.
And the why is not strong enough because the drunk monkey won.
Right.
And that's why we're fixing all of that today.
So I want to talk about on that topic. A lot of our agents are not dependent on real estate income to survive. I'll go out on a limb and say 75% of our agents do not rely on real estate income to survive. And that's a problem. That's why there's so much complacency out there. They don't need it. So our job is to empower, educate, and encourage you to live a better life. That's why it's the art of life betterment, right? Like, for example, I mean, I'm doing this little project that I got involved with, and we're building these beautiful luxury homes on the water. And I have a beautiful luxury home on the water. But I go into those new ones, and my house just doesn't compare. My railings are 20 years old. They look like crap. The new railings you're putting over there have LED lights and stainless steel cables. They're beautiful, right? I want the LED lights and the stainless steel cables because it puts a big ass smile on my face, and I like taking care of my house. And they've got these beautiful wood-lined ceilings where I've got drywall up on my patios. They've got this beautiful stained wood. Looks super coastal. So guess what? I just make that my why. I want to improve my house. And believe me, it's expensive, right? But what do I have to do? Sell a couple more houses.
That's right.
Right? And why do you think the projects came to me? Because I had a why in the first place. Right? I get a paycheck. I can live on my paycheck, but I can't improve my house on my paycheck. But I set an intention to improve my house, and then an opportunity falls in my lap. And that opportunity leads to another opportunity. And that opportunity leads to another opportunity, which we as a company do all the time. I mean, Jeff, you just brought in 44 units at Madeira Bay, and our agents sold what? 80% of them?
Yeah, 85% of them all in-house.
85% of them in-house. I mean, so those deals are just coming because we're out there looking for it. And then
And 200 more coming.
200 more coming. For sale by owners, expired listings, buyers. You could just focus on buyers. Hell, if you stood at Circle K's gas station all day long, right, and talked to people while they're held captive with their hand on the gas pump and wore a Century 21 shirt and said, hey, who do you know who's thinking about buying or selling real estate? To everybody who came to get gas, you'd have to stop after day one because you'd probably get a lead and you'd meet your appointment for the week. Right? But that's by focusing on one thing. And you could do it at Publix too. I wouldn't recommend Dollar General. That was a joke. It depends on what type of houses you want to sell.
That's right. And you get to choose that.
That's right. Social media. You're going to learn a lot about social media. Mike Puma's put together this marketing guide. I think it's him and Jimmy going to do that. Might even be this afternoon.
At 3. Yep.
At 3. That's an amazing opportunity for those of you that are socially inclined. And you can focus on vacant land. You can focus on auctions. There's all kinds of things you can do. And then in the end of the business plan for the quarter, because it's 150, is accountability. You need accountability. When you say, I'm going to work 4 days a week and I'm going to talk to people for 2 hours a day on those 4 days, then you submit your report to your coach and you say, well, I said I was going to work 4, but I only worked 3. And I said I was going to talk to 60 people, but I only talked to 20. And then you don't get fired because you're an independent contractor. We say, well, why did you do that? What kept you off schedule? Oh, well, my kid had a soccer game. Okay, well, we need to lower your goal or we got to increase your contacts. One of the two. Right? So will you submit coaching? And then even if you don't coach with a person, if you just committed to yourself to fill out the form honestly and say, what did I accomplish this week from what I said I was going to do? And there's a coaching form that's part of this.
Yeah.
Right?
Or get your husband, wife, spouse, brother, boyfriend, girlfriend, cat, dog, somebody to hold you accountable at a level or pay a coach or do whatever you need to do. But you've got to have somebody in your back of your head knowing that they're going to check on you, or it's too easy to screw off. It's just, we're humans. That's just the way that it is. So that's the encourage part of this.
Yep.
business plan.
And then as a business plan going into quarter one, if you're with us now, how many active listings do you currently have? Just a self-assessment. This is either a motivational because you're probably going to sell those this quarter already. Or if you've got none, it's a revelation that, oh shit, I got no shoes on the shelf. So nobody's coming into my shoe store. What is that volume? Because if you got 8 listings, but they're all $30,000 mobile homes, that may not meet your income goal. How many current pending contracts do you have going into quarter one? And what is that volume? Because that's it. And then the last question is, what amount do you want to earn this quarter? And I want to make the distinction between earning this quarter. You earn, see, commissions are earned at the time of sale. They're not paid until closing, right? Your listing was earned this quarter. So you don't count the closing from the listing you're going into the quarter with as earned in quarter one. Quarter one is a new listing taken or a new buyer sale, right? So how much would you like to earn? And you can pretty much now guarantee that a listing is going to sell if you price it right. So pretty cool stuff. So that's a simple one-page business plan. Let me give you a long story short. When we started doing this, we had to randomly predict how many listings we were going to take, how many listings we were going to sell, how many listings were going to expire, how many we're going to withdraw, how many listings contracts we're going to cancel. And it just got so overwhelming to predict. And we had all these ratios that boil it down. It's much better to just understand, number one, why are you doing this? Understanding that 75% of the agents don't need real estate to live, eat, and for Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They're covered, right? So you have to have a reason to do this. And we just focus on that. Take the pressure off yourself. Pick one of these things to focus on and do it for a quarter and become really, really good at it. And stop flitting around from thing to thing, going to realtor lunch events and pretending like you're working, going home tired and telling your spouse you worked hard all day. Find a schedule, decide how many days you're going to work, pick a number of hours you're going to a day you're going to do, talk to people and talk to them until you reach your number.
Yep. And if you need a goal, Q&A time too, as we're wrapping this up, type in any questions you have, because here's the goal for yourself. If you have income coming in, your goal is to have 6 months of that income saved up. That's your job, is to go earn 6 months of household income and having a liquid cash in case of an emergency or a tough situation. That should be your why. And it's, guys, I use the word not lightly. It is very irresponsible for you not to have that. That's just a smart thing to do. That's a must, right? Just God forbid, guys, you know, something happens to your foot, something happens to your car, something happens to your eye, something happens, and just something happens.
Your
you have
spouse,
to be,
your child, your whatever.
you know, you need that. So at least 6 months of liquid savings. Doesn't have to be sitting in cash in your pillow. You could put it in gold, Bitcoin, bank account, something to do something for you should be the case. And then the secondary goal that I want for you guys, I know Craig does too, is, you know, the ultimate goal is to stop trading hours for dollars. Right now, we're putting in the time to make the contacts, to get the appointments, to go on the appointments, to get the signature, to get the listing, to get it sold so we can get the money. We're trading hours for dollars. Now, we want to take those dollars and invest those dollars into something that makes dollars. So then you're trading dollars for dollars. So then you buy a rental property that spits off $2,000 a month, right? And then you get 20 of those over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Now you have that income coming to you and you're not trading your hours anymore. Those dollars are going to work for you, right? So the dollar has bought the duplex. The dollar has bought the vacation rental. The dollar has bought the little commercial property for you that even when you're sleeping, they're producing income. So that's the ultimate 2-tier goal I want for you guys. Number one, have the 6 months savings sitting liquid to touch it. God forbid you never need it. I don't want you to ever have to have it, but at least it's there in case you do. Secondarily, go get the cash to be able to purchase an asset that throws off enough money to cover your monthly expenses. Think about the pressure that comes off of you and your family to just do that, right? So those are your 2 imparted goals, right? If you needed some help on that one. And then the rest of the stuff for you is what puts the big ass smile on your face. But if you're struggling with what to do, that needs to be the first one, do it. And if you have any high interest debt, credit card debt, that's not any benefit to you, get rid of that. So, and if you guys need help with any of this stuff, of course, everybody who works with us, reach out, talk to your manager. If you don't work for us and you want any guidance, just let us know. We're happy to share any forms with you or whatever we can do to help you. But that is Simple Business Planning 101. And I know we've probably spurred on a lot more questions than we started the session with, but that's kind of the point. So
But don't make it more complicated than it is. Don't worry about the ratios and 4-to-1s and all this other stuff.
one appointment, one qualified appointment. We're going to go through what does a qualified appointment mean. So 1 a week is your simple goal if you just want to boil it down to something simple for yourself. So
You choose how many days you're going to work, how many hours a day you're going to work on prospecting. And just do that. Stick to your schedule. Everything's going to fall into place.
cool.
Cool.
Hope you guys got something good out of that. And Chris is going to join me in about 2.5 minutes, and we're going to go into some more mindset work about connections and really getting to build that trust a lot faster. So you ultimately have to talk to fewer people. And that's the goal on that one. So that's coming up in just a couple of minutes. So
while we were doing that, the number I recall from our Mike Ferry training days was you're going to talk to 225 people to find a qualified prospect. But as your skills increase, you got to talk to 150 people to get a prospect. And then you master your skills, you talk to 75 people to get a prospect. So this is the advanced sales training. Don't make this mumbo jumbo stuff. This is real. When you learn to connect, like Chris and Jeff are going to talk to you about next, you will become more efficient. You'll be able to work less and make more because you're going to learn to relate to people and have them like you. You ever go you hear the car dealership, hey baby, you look great in that car, and it turns that person off and you'll never buy from them again. Well, that's an unskilled salesperson. There's other salespeople that would, go to Macy's. Is it Macy's?
Nordstrom's.
Go to Nordstrom's and see how the salespeople treat you. They're all trained like this, right? So this is what you're coming into next. So take your bio break, hit pause for a minute, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, literally 1 minute. Chris will be right in. Good deal. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, Chris.
Happy 2 o'clock.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right. So we are going to pick up kind of where we left off, but at a much deeper level, right? So let's kind of get our brains back into gear. We were really talking about how important it is to get the mindset right, because that creates your thoughts, and which creates your feelings and your energies, and which precedes you, right? And everybody you talk to is going to feed what you're giving off, even subconsciously. So let's talk about what, I'm going to share my screen here and we're going to go into some things. Bonk, bonk, bonk. All right, so we've got a lot of laws today. We have a little physics instruction, I guess, but this is kind of the way the world works. And this is the things you learn over the years, and laws are laws. And we got the law of attraction, we got the law of connection.
Real quick, I think it's important to note that these are going to sound different and off at first, because this is not the stuff that you grew up thinking. This is not the stuff that you grew up seeing. It wasn't anything that you've really been exposed to a whole lot of. So when you hear this at first, it may sound different, it may sound off, and it may not sound normal. But if you can wrap your head around this and start thinking in this way and acting in this way, this is where you get all your power from.
This is the secret of the real estate business, which is really the people and communications business. And let's talk about the gear of neutral for a second. So if your car is in neutral, what is it doing? Really, nothing. It's not moving forward. It's not moving backwards. It's in neutral, right? And this is the most important gear in real estate. Now, most people think it's full throttle, put on the salesman, say, hey, how you doing? I see you. I can help you out. That's all BS stuff, right? It doesn't work that way. So from my experience, what I know works is using this law of neutrality, which means going into neutral, because the biggest law is people who are like themselves. People like to do business with people who are like themselves. People trust people who are like themselves, okay? Let's go back to the simple versions of why this is the case, okay? And this is Drunk Monkey, this is Caveman, this is just simple human evolution of fight or flight, and it's protection. It's ultimate protection. Because if I'm in a tribe is normally comprised of similar people with similar beliefs that have similar goals, right? That's why you have something attracted. Now, if you're in that specific tribe, those people are most like you, or you've become like them, and that's just kind of how that's worked. They are safe because they're like you. Because the safest person in the world is you, right? The person least likely to hurt you in the entire world is you, right? You are the safest that there is, right, in the world. So naturally, from a subconscious level, you are going to seek out other safe things, because why would you seek out dangerous things? It just doesn't make any sense. So you're going to, by nature, seek out safe things. So this law of neutrality is going to come into play in just a moment here, because you're going to have to shut down, go into neutral, to open up your ears, to open up your eyes, to open up your senses, to figure out, where am I right now? Because if people like people who are like themselves, they're going to have some commonalities and some trust and some similar thoughts or energies or all kinds of things we're going to go through in a second, to let them believe, right, and see clearly that you are somebody that is not a threat. And only when you're seen as not a threat can trust happen. And the only time trust happens is when they'll actually pierce that superficial veil and be able to have a real conversation with you and open up, right? And that's it.
Think if you go to another country, you don't go into another country doing all of the customs that we know here. You try and learn those customs, so when you go there, you're not sticking out as much of a sore thumb. You're showing respect to the people that are there. You're not doing silly, stupid things to offend everybody around you, where you could potentially get hurt, get put in jail, have other problems. It's the same kind of concept when you're meeting a person. Just think of, like, we talk about tribes. You're from a different tribe, they're from a different tribe. If my tribe wears red feathers and their tribe wears blue feathers, I'm not going to show up with a red feather. I don't want to throw it off. So we want to show them respect. And the way you show them respect is by going into neutral and understanding who they are. I want to know, where do you come from? See it, hear it, say it, repeat it, understand it, so that I can give them that level of respect, the same way as if you're traveling to a different country.
Absolutely. So now let's talk about, what do we actually do? So people are like themselves. And now the underlying premise here is, this is a business. We're in the people and communications business. Okay, so this is about people and communications. Each transaction is worth $130,000. Okay, I don't care if it's a $27,000 mobile home, right? That transaction is worth $130,000 to your career. Okay, now this is very important, right? Every client counts, right? Everybody counts. And I have a little different view of this. If somebody comes to me, I believe there was a reason that they came to me, and I'm supposed to help them. Okay. And that's from an agent perspective. That's from just my human nature perspective. Somebody ends up in front of me for a reason, it's for a reason, and there's something I can gain or learn or give, right? And so same thing from a real estate transaction. Doesn't matter what it is. The moment you get caught up on, oh, it's a small deal, I don't want to do it, right? It's going to backfire on you. So every transaction is worth $130,000 because of the repeat business, because of the referral business, because of knowing their neighbor and the rich uncle that comes to buy the beach house. All that stuff rolls into play. But just everybody you talk with is worth $130,000. Okay, so let's get that fundamental thing down. And then now they're only going to work with you if they trust you. So let's build some trust. So shift into neutral and reserve. Now this is a skill. This is a muscle. This needs to be practiced. Okay. Now this is a perfect time of year to start practicing, because you're going to be going still to probably some Christmas events and holiday parties and get-togethers and little recitals and all that stuff. And this is something that requires stretching your muscles a little bit too. So observe what people are doing. So if you're at an event and you're noticing how people are, we're going to go through a couple of things here for a second. This is not just face-to-face communication. This is big time used in email communication, your text messages, right? You can notice a lot of things about people's cars, about how they're actually dressing. You can learn so much from stalking them, using that word not lightly, it's true, on Facebook, on Google, on LinkedIn. You can learn so much from them from Remine, right? Before you actually just even have a communication, you can learn so much that you can connect with them, right? And what we're going to talk about is not the words, because this is, and Chris, you see this all the time. Too many people get caught up on actually what to say.
Yes.
And when the magic happens in what's not said. So go through that communication breakdown.
Well, your words are only 7% of your communication. So you have everybody, we've talked about this a lot. You have 7, 38, 55. We've mentioned those numbers a lot of times. 7% of the communication is just the specific words. So if you send an email, if you send a text message, you're really only communicating with 7% of your capacity to be able to display and provide that message to somebody. And then that's open to their 93% of everything else that they took in from whatever you tried to communicate with only 7%. The next step is the 38%, 7, 38, 55. 38% is your tonality, your inflection, the way the words are being used. And then 55% is body language. So you have to understand that when you're communicating with somebody, you're communicating with them from the point that you walk up to them, from the point they see you from 10, 15 feet away. They're already judging you, already taking in communication and signs, putting up barriers, putting up roadblocks, putting up stop signs. Hold on. You're already communicating with them from the time you walk up to them, from what you wear to the way you're walking, even things, just your physical stature, some things you can't help, you're already communicating. That's why it's so important to go into neutral, because there's certain things you may not be able to change, but you really can communicate and use your body language and use your tonality and use mirror and matching, a lot of other things we'll get into. You can use those a lot. So if 7% of what you're communicating is just words, let's just make it easy. Get all of the other stuff out of your mind. Let's just memorize the scripts. Know what the scripts are. Make that the easiest part. I know what the script is. I always have something to go back to. Now I'm really going to focus on me listening, me watching, me understanding who these people are, so I can give them that level of respect of communicating with them the way they need to be communicated.
Okay, guys, listen to what Chris just said. It's worth repeating. I'm going to repeat it. If you're worrying about the words, you blew it. Because 93% of the communication is not words. So you've got to know, if you're doing a just listed door knock or circle prospecting and talking to just listed, you got to know it's when you put a moving. If you're the just where'd you move from? I'd pick this area. If you were to move again, where would you get next? What would that be? Probably Chris House-Worth of today's market would be a good time today. Right? You got to know your words, because the moment I go to a front door or I pick up a phone or I'm having a conversation, I can't be thinking about what I'm going to say, because I'm going to miss out on the nuances of the body posture and stuff we're going to go into next. So if you don't have your script game on, then you need to make that the number one priority right now, is whichever lane you're going to go down for Q1, commit, decide, act, and become damn good at that one script. Forget about the rest of them. That one niche you're going into, get your words down and go full throttle down. get your listing pre-qualification script down, your listing presentation down, your buyer pre-qualification script down. The ones you're going to use, forget about the rest of them, just pick those. I mean, can I stress the importance of that anymore, Chris?
No, that's the most important part, because if you always have that thing to come back to and you're not focusing on what do I say next? What if he asks this? What if that happens? You're already trusting in your sales skills to be able to communicate when you're listening and you're understanding and you're seeing the things that they're doing and you're connecting with them in a different fashion. You don't need to be focusing on the words. Get the words out of the way, focus on the script, get it done. That way you can nail down the true sales skills, which is understanding who this person is. How do you talk? How do you communicate? How are you positioned? What makes you feel comfortable? What makes them feel safe? What words do they use? How do I become a part of their tribe? How do I put the right color feather in my cap to make sure I can connect with them and they think that it's safe?
Absolutely right. And then this is something I want to mention we're going to talk about, so I threw the scripts back in here. The importance of DICS, right? The DISC profiling is critical, because yes, it's a generalization, but it's a damn good generalization to figure out the fundamental basics of what people are, right? So you're being stereotyped day in and day out. And so this is almost the same thing going backwards too. So, let's go through the hierarchy, the big observations of let's stereotype for just a second, Chris, for just have fun. So your high D driver personalities, let's stereotype one. Who would be, or what would be the biggest high D personality that we could imagine?
That's going to be CEO, that type of person, president, somebody who commands that type of presence there. That's what I initially think of, the CEO of the business, the guy who's center, who's handling everything, who knows exactly what he wants, how he wants it, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and get out of my way.
Right. So my first imagery when you started saying that is Trump, right? Love him
Yep.
or hate him, he's probably the stereotypical high D personality. Doesn't care what you think. It is what it is, and he's just going to do it because that's the way he wants to direct it done, right? And if you want to stereotype more, they're driving the dark cars, normally big SUVs or big 7 Series Beamers. They're wearing nice clothes. They've got flashy jewelry on because they want to command your attention, and they want you to know that there's somebody not to be messed with, that they're the best, right? And they want to portray that everywhere they were. So you're in an open house and you see the 750 IL cruise in and the guy with the Rolex and the big necklace and stuff rolling out. I mean, alarm D, right? Not right, wrong, and different. It's just that's the fundamental makeup of that person's DNA. His personality style is primarily a high D driver methodology. So he's going to want things quick, concise, to the point, and just don't waste my time, give me something, right? So that's stereotyping.
He's not ringing the doorbell. He's walking straight through. He's coming right at you with everything he's got. He's just going to walk around the house, point things out, tell you everything that's wrong with it. They naturally react with their fight mentality rather than flight. So they're the type that's going to run to the issue to try and take care of it. So they're the ones that step up to something rather than step back from it.
Yep. So there's your stereotype. Your high, let's go to the opposite first. The opposite of a high D is a high S, right? It's a service type, the supportive type, the sweet. I call them sweet, right? So you've got your sweet people. It's like your social worker, your kind of librarian style. The complete opposite of a high D. Does not want confrontation, totally low key, doesn't even want to be looked at or talked to, preferably. They just kind of want to be there and let things just be, right? So what are you going to do when the high D comes into the open house, and then following behind that big 750 IL black BMW is a
Prius.
Powder blue Prius, right? With the S personality that gets out in her flowered outfit, right? That's super non-offensive and kind of easy and nice, and she just wants to not be observed. She just wants to look at a house. She doesn't even want to talk to you, right? So you've got to be able to say, okay, neutral. See where neutrality comes in? Because right now I'm like, okay, who's coming in neutral? I don't care who it is. I just want to know. And action. Now I go into high D mode, or then I go action into the high S mode, right? And then let's go into the high C mode, highly analytical C, calculating, right? Critical thinking type. Let's stereotype a high C for a minute.
Yes, the high C, they're the guy that's gonna, again, it's, You'll probably see them with more of a basic wardrobe, nothing too over. They don't want to overthink that because they overthink everything else that's going on. So you're going to see nice and basic and simple. They're going to always want to come at things with tasks over people. They don't communicate as well with people. Typically, the high C is going to be more task oriented than a people oriented person. And they're perfectionists too. So they demand a lot from themselves. You're going to see those things. They prefer to have all of the information up front. So they come to the door, you give them a package as they're coming in the door, and you let them consume and take everything in instead of trying to tell them everything about it. They're going to take all the information in. They're going to see it. They're going to ask questions. You just got to give them a minute to get there.
And they're not going to love it yet because they haven't had time to process the information to determine whether or not it's appropriate to love it yet. Right.
Yep.
So you're not going to push them into a decision. They're going to have to get there whenever they get there. And typically it's slower than other people get there because they want to make sure that they've dotted the I's, across the T's, make sure they have all the information so they don't make a bad decision. And it's not right, it's not wrong, it just is.
Yeah, and you're not talking about feelings. You're talking about logistics and logical things. You're talking about stats, energy ratings, C rate. You're talking about things like that because those are the things that mean something to them. They don't care about the feeling they got when they walked in the house. They're not walking in hoping to feel like this is home. They're walking in wondering, well, if it felt like home, it would have this, and the LED lights would be like that, and it would be a 15-seer AC, and the floors would be this and that. They're looking for more of those kind of things rather than the feeling of the home.
That's right. And then the opposite of your high C, closed, right, calculating type, is your I, your high I, interpersonal, the more impulsive type style. I mean, they're going to be pulling up. Well, first of all, the C is going to pull up in a Honda Accord.
Something that's very reliable, something that's very durable. It makes a lot of sense. It doesn't stand out. You're looking at Toyota Camry, Honda Accord type driver.
Yep, 5-star crash rating. It's got the best MPGs, and it just made sense, right? Best value, right? So now the high I pulls up behind the beige Honda Accord, and it's the bright yellow convertible Mustang,
Yep.
right? And that's
Yep.
the car that just pulled up, or the lime green, whatever it is, was made for a high I personality, and they're going to pop out with a flamboyant dress, maybe a parrot on their head. Who knows what's going on? But they want you to talk to them. They want to start conversations. And they want to be part of this. They want to inspire communication. They want to hug. They want to talk. They want to tell stories, and they're going to be all over the place. So can you imagine? You're now at your first open house or your next open house, and you're like, whoa, here comes the Beamer. Here comes the little Prius. Here comes the Accord. Here comes the Mustang. And you have 4 completely different presentations to make because the D wants to hear about the house the way they want it. So does the S, so does the I, so does the C. So can you see how, if you weren't even thinking about neutral, you're going to piss off 3 of the 4 of these just by your human nature, not even intentionally or not even consciously, because you're one of these primarily. So if you're a high I, you've pissed off the S, the C, and the D. But you've made buddies with the I.
What do most of us do though? Most of us go into what we would consider sales mode, the used car salesman lot type of. So, hey, how you doing? Come check out the house. Take a look around. Won't you? And you just start going into that just fake kind of sales mode. I would challenge you, break that pattern, because when you break that pattern, you're actually going to break their normal pattern as well. Their normal pattern is, get away from me, stand back. I'll let you know when I'm okay for you to come into my space. Any one of these is going to be more like that. Even the I will be a little bit off. They'll be less off-putting, but they'll be a little bit off-putting because they're still trying to gauge your safety level as well. So if you can break that pattern and work on getting into neutral, not going into that, they're not expecting you to actually connect with them. They're expecting a sales pitch. So throw them off guard. Let's get them back in a place where they're comfortable. The first thing you did was what they didn't expect. All of a sudden, they're just like, oh, okay. And they kind of take a step back, and then they start to pay attention to you, which that's when you win. When they start paying attention to what you're doing, they start seeing that, wow, he's a normal person. Look, he's communicating to me the way I want it. Perfect level of eye contact, perfect hand gestures. Wow, I can't believe that they're acting. This is a cool person. I think I can hang out with this person. And they start seeing that. So break that pattern. Don't go into sales mode, go into neutral.
So let's go deep about this one too, because you have no pressure, but you have 7 seconds, right, to earn trust or blow it. And you don't get a second chance. It's over, right? It's over. You've got one shot and it's 7 seconds. It's 3 to 7 seconds. 7's like being gracious that you have that. And they determine whether or not they like you, whether or not they can trust you, whether or not you're warrant of them dropping their guard. And it happens in 7 seconds or it doesn't ever. And it's over. Right. And this is tough to hear, guys, but it's over. Right. Let's talk about that for a second. This is the thing. Before you can create any action, you have to have their attention and trust. Okay. To make action. So here's the difference. People like people who are like themselves. From a psychological standpoint, they need to find connection points, right? They need to find commonalities. There needs to be something. I laugh about this because I got a little 4-year-old and he just started VPK this year. And this is just something that we do. And I just kind of watch because I chuckle because I know how human behavior is. So he walks into the school and I can already know who his friend's going to be because I know what the drunk monkey does. And he walks into the class and you look around, I'm watching through the window and I see he's looking around and he's going immediately, he doesn't know he's doing this one, but his little drunk monkey is saying, who's going to kill me, right? Who's most likely to do something bad to me and who's least likely to do that? And the person that's least likely to do that is the person that's most similar to him, right? And that's going to be the person he goes and sits down next to. And that becomes the person that he's going to bond with first. That's going to become his friend, right? That's a human nature. We do it. You did it. That's how you got your friend in kindergarten. That's how you still have your friends now because you guys are similar. You like the same music. You kind of look alike. You like the same sports. You have the same words. You got your different language. You guys are friends, right? There's something unique to you guys that's different than other people. And there's a commonality, right? So 3 things in common is what's important in order to become trusted or a friend. And those are the...
Take a minute, and if all of you would just take, not even right now, just at some point, take a second and think about the people who are your closest friends, the closest people to you, somebody who you think about and you like and you love spending time with them. And you'll probably find that each one of them is very similar to you in some fashion, whether it's the way they communicate, their body language, their verbs. You're going to have those at least 3 points of commonality. You probably have more than that because they're such a good friend. And then do the same thing and think about 3 people that or to think about someone that you just don't really like. Even if it's another agent in the office, think of why you don't like them. It's because they're completely different than you. You can't find the points of commonality in either the way that they dress, the car that they drive, the business that they do, the type of anything, because you don't know any more about them, but you, some reason, don't like them. And it's because you have that difference there, that it's not the same. They are not like you. So people like people who are like themselves, and then they don't like people who are not like them. So just think about some people like that. And that's exactly why you have to be very conscious of the way you're communicating with people.
And I know we all taught it's not good to prejudge stuff, but it is what it is. Nobody taught the drunk monkey. They're going to prejudge you and you're prejudged nonstop. And they're going to like you or not like you. You have 7 seconds. So let's accept it and let's deal with it. And let's use it to our advantage the best way that we can. So it's a tribal subconscious connection. That's what's going on here. And then what are we actually looking at? So here's the list, okay?
Well, before you get into that list, think your points of commonality. Here's the problem with what we try to do. We try to get 3 points of commonality using words. We've already told you that 7% of your communication is words. The rest of it is not the words you're using. So we're coming at it from a point, trying to create points of commonality with people using 7% of our arsenal. That's why it's so important to have the script. Stop trying to use words. Oh, you have a dog? I have a dog. Oh, you just stop trying to create it that way. You need to start trying to create it using these next set of skills, these next set of body language and other communication styles.
By the time you use your words, Chris, it's too late.
It's done.
They've already made up their mind. They watched you pull up, right? They watched you get out of the car. They watched how you're dressed. They watched how you walk. And these are the other things that they're watching. Eye contact, right? There's eye contact people and there's not eye contact people. None of them are right. None of them are wrong. Their mom or dad or aunt or uncle, whoever raised them, had a certain eye contact connection. And that's just what they grew up learning, that that's acceptable in that household or that tribe. And that's how they are. It is what it is. You guys all know people that stare at you and you know people that never really make eye contact. Neither one of them are right. It's just how they were raised. Right? Facial expressions. You know, some people that always smile. right? There's people like Jimmy, for example, in Sarasota. He's always got a big ass smile on his face. Right? There's some people that just have facial expressions that it's just how they do it. I bet you if you went to their Thanksgiving dinner, everybody around the table had crazy facial expressions and it's very animated on that one. Postures, right? People look at how they stand, how they walk, how they talk, how they hand gestures. You know, many people talk with their hands, right? Chris, you're one, I'm one. That's how we kind of paint pictures with our words in our hands and we just talk. Some people are not that way because they weren't raised that way. Not that hand gesture people are good or bad. It's just they're hand gesture people. So if I'm a starey eye contact, non-hand gesture person, and you show up not making eye contact and moving your hands around, I don't trust you, right? I just don't like you. I don't trust you. And I'm not going to reveal any personal information to you. And I'm going to get you out of my life as soon as humanly possible. And I determine that before you even opened your mouth. Okay.
Yep.
This is just, guys, this is it.
And that's after their natural fight or flight mechanism. Their natural fight mechanism, whenever there's a stranger, then they still open up that little bit to try to understand. And then you do all of those crazy things. That's why it's done. That's why you don't have a chance of getting that back, because they're already in that fight mentality. And then you just prove to them you should be in that fight mentality to keep me away so you can stay safe. That's why this is so important.
That's right. Yeah, you should not trust him, and here's why. Look at his eye contact. Look at those hand gestures. Look at that facial expression. Look, he's smiley. You can't trust a smiley person that makes eye contact, right? Right. This is all subconscious. In 7 seconds, guys, this is make or break in your deal. Energy, mood, all of this comes in, right? I mean, when you're pissed off, the last thing you want is a happy person, right? When you're happy, the pissed off people ruin your happy buzz, right? It just doesn't blend in well real quick. Tonality, how the words are sounding, the vocabulary is important, right? Right. Especially, let's talk about if I'm at that open house, Chris, and you happen to walk in, and I said, and I mirror and match you. I see what you're driving. I see how you're walking. I'm in neutral. I see your eye contact. I see your facial expression. First of all, let's role play that for a second, because if I'm here to greet you and I'm inbound, you're inbound to me, I'm completely in neutral. I am not using any hand gestures. I'm not doing anything with my face. I'm neutral with my eye contact. I have no energy. I have no mood. I have no gestures. I have no posture. I have nothing. I am completely jello neutral, right? And then I watch you walk in, because guys, selling is legal. And I want you to pay attention to this, because this is why we get hired. Right? I told this story before. We had a $4.something million property here on the beaches, and it was between our company and an agent that sells a ton of properties, way more at this particular price point than our agents are selling at that price point. And I was involved in the listing presentation on it. And what won the entire listing presentation, it says it's not advertising, it's not marketing, that everybody does the same thing. The sale comes when somebody walks through the front door, right? And let me tell you why we're better suited to handle that inbound lead and able to sell, because people are like themselves. And these are the skill sets that we've been trained on to make sure that we build enough connection and trust so we can get them to open up, so I can figure out how to put this deal together, right? That's what we do. And we know how to deal with the eye contact. I could tell you from the time they pull in the driveway what their personality style is. I could tell you how they walk. I could tell you how they shake the hand. I could tell you with their eye contact. I can tell you how I can build trust and rapport better than anybody else, which will translate into a smoother, faster, better sale for you and agency and all the other stuff. And that's what got us that business, right? But this is sales, guys. This is what you need to be talking about on your listing presentations. Even, from the buyer side of the world, it helps when you do this with your co-broke agents. It helps when you do this with the seller. When I'm representing you as a buyer, I can do this with the seller. It just makes everything go smoother. Makes your life go smoother. It's so much more fun, right? So if I'm here, I'm in neutral, and I watch Chris walk in. I saw what he's driving. I saw what he's working. I saw his facial expressions. I just stand there. He walks in. He doesn't know me from anybody, right? He has no clue. He's like, look, there's some bump on the log guy standing there. Good, because I'm neutral. I'm just like camouflage. I'm just like air. I'm just sitting there waiting to see how I'm going to act. And then I wait for Chris to introduce himself. He either puts his hand out or he doesn't. He's either looking at me or he's not. He's smiling or he's not. He's being curt or he's not. He's being friendly, he's not. He's got questions or he doesn't. He's relaxed or he's not. And he's talkative or he's not. And for me, the best respect I could possibly ever give him is to be similar to him, so he's relaxed and comfortable, right? Because what I don't want to do is unnecessarily trigger a fight response and put his adrenaline up and make him uncomfortable when he's trying to find to see if a home is going to suit his family, right? So isn't it in his best interest for me to give him the best experience I can? And if he walks in and he's like, hey man, what's going on? And action. Hey man, what's going on? I'm going to greet you the exact same way. And hey, what's going on? My name's Chris. Hey man, what's going on? My name's Jeff. Right? Versus, hi, good day. Right? Then, oh shit, here we go. And action. This will be fun. Hey, good day.
I've heard some people say going and being neutral is just, it's boring. It doesn't really show them who you are. So, but it's way before you show them who you are. So would you rather be judged, like you said, judged as a bump on a log and then surprise them with the best experience that they've ever had communicating with a real estate agent once they walk through the door? Or would you rather be judged as that overbearing, loud and obnoxious real estate agent who wouldn't leave me alone when I walked in the house? I'd rather them initially judge me as the bump on the log, and then I'd rather surprise them afterwards and give them the most amazing experience they've ever had and build that trust with them and have them as a client for life than just turn them completely off from the get-go because I tried to sell them the minute they walked in the door rather than communicate with them.
That's right. Now some of your drunk monkeys are saying, well, that's not me. Well, you're right? Because you are only attracted and attractive to you. And guess what? We're not selling you. We're selling a home and we're selling a lifestyle. We're selling for our client. And our job is to make the customers feel as comfortable as humanly possible so their guards down so they can picture themselves living in this home that we were hired to sell, right? So that's really what we're doing. And they're going to have the best experience along this way. And it's us giving them that best experience. Guys, I'm telling you, this is the key to this business. And it's so much fun. And you actually end up enjoying the process too, because you guys connect so much faster, and there you go. And it's not like you're still going to be you. You're just presenting yourself in a way that they actually want to receive it. Does that make sense? That's the big key here. And don't be inauthentic, right? If they come in and we're talking about baseball and you hate baseball, it doesn't mean you need to be a baseball fan, right? That's not what we're saying. We're just saying give them the experience that they actually really want, which is comfort and trust from you, so they can actually make a decision on this thing. This one went back again. All right, so couple of different role plays on this, Chris. So, and the things I want to talk about while we're here, because energy, words turn into feelings, or thoughts turn into feelings, which is energy, and create the actions that we're doing. Now let's talk about tonality for a second and how you're able to turn off somebody quickly with tonality. And that's one of the biggest things of abuse that I see, because many of you do record your presentations and they send them to me and I get to listen to it. And the first thing I notice is that they're off on their mirror and matching. And mirror and matching is simplified. It's all these things we're talking about. Is did you mirror and match their energy? Did you mirror and match their tonality? Did you mirror and match their words, their energy, their commanding tones, their rate of speech, their volume, their inflections? Now, I know this sounds like a lot, but guys, we get paid very well to do what we do. And I think our clients deserve to have this level of treatment, right? So from a mirror and matching perspective, we always call it kind of parrot phrasing and repeating and approving and all the stuff that I want to get into the nitty gritty on here for a second. Let's explain upswings versus downswings. Have you kind of take the swing at that one first?
Yeah. So when you're talking to somebody and they're giving you what they like or asking questions and you're answering them, when you're giving them upswings or downswings, when you're replying to them, and just that simple pitch, simple tone of coming up in your tone when you're answering them or telling them something subconsciously is going to put them in a state where they don't necessarily trust what you said because you said it in a somewhat questioning tone. When you upswing after telling somebody something, if I was going to tell you that the roof's from 2017, okay, well, that doesn't really instill a lot of confidence in me. Okay, so I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna have to look that up and I'm gonna try and find this. So if you're telling me, yeah, the roof's from 2017, the AC's from 2015, the homeowner's doing this, the homeowner did that, we just had this done. When you're talking in that kind of a tone, that instills confidence. And that's just a simple tonality change. Whenever you just have to be cognizant of that. At the end of every sentence, you either are going up or going down. And if you're staying Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. You're not winning anybody over unless that's the way that that person talks too. So be cognizant of your up and down swings whenever you're talking to somebody. Ending up on a downswing is going to instill confidence and make them feel comfortable and confident with the reply. And they'll just subconsciously, they're going to trust it, and they're going to know that you know what you're doing, know that you know what you're talking about as well.
Now, you're not going to know whether or not you're doing upswings or downswings because that's just how you talk, right? By nature right now. So you have to record yourself. You have to.
Let me give you a real quick story. So I was working with an agent doing exactly that. She was making phone calls, and when she would make phone calls, we would role play the script, and it sounded awesome. It sounded great. She was on point. Everything was good. We worked out all of the kinks, the upswings, the downswings, the words. She picks up the phone, and as soon as she picks up the phone, "Hi, this is with Century 21 Baggins, and I was just calling about the home." And no lie, completely different than everything we had just practiced. And she had no clue she was doing it.
Yep.
None. We had to record it and listen to it and play it back. And she goes, wow, are you serious? I said, yeah, you need to go home and you need to listen to this over and over again, and then take those words. And I want you to take those words, say it with a downswing, and I want you to say it with a downswing over and over and over and over and over again. Then let's put the sentence back together. Get your body and your brain used to hearing that word with a downswing rather than an upswing. And let's start talking like that a little more, and then record each sentence individually, repeat them over and over and over again. You just don't know you're doing it. And that's how crazy it can be. She had no clue. And when we role played, it was fine.
And you know what was the kind of the root cause of that, though, Chris, was her belief.
Yep.
Right. Because internally, she wasn't worthy of that deal. She wasn't feeling confident that she was competent enough. She was questioning and doubting her own abilities. So the drunk monkey agrees, because that's what the drunk monkey does. He hates you, by the way. He doesn't like you at all, and he wants to see you fail miserably. So he's going to applaud your insecurity and make sure that it gets projected out of everybody, so nobody hires you, so you can go back to smoking weed on your beanbag, right? That's the ultimate goal on this one. So you have to really pay attention to how these sound, guys, because it is a major problem. And if you're worrying about the words and you're not feeling comfortable, that's why this mindset and leveraging us is so important. If you need help getting to a position of strength and comfort and confidence, will help you. You got to get over this, guys. You're good. We're good. They're not hiring you. They're ultimately hiring us, right? It says Century 21 on the listing agreement. It says Century 21 on the buyer contract. It doesn't have your name, right? So ultimately, take the pressure off of yourself and know that they're hiring us collectively as a group. And that should help many of you, even you who are doing 50, 60 deals a year, trying to get to 80, right? Or raising your price point to the $1 million price point. We've done it. We do it. We have it. Right? So you've got to walk in with that swagger and that belief that it's not just you. You've got the confidence, you've got the mindset, you've got this, you've got the skill, we've got the marketing power, we've got everything possible for anything you could possibly do in this industry. We have your back, and we've done it, and we've been there, and you're part of that. So you've already done it and been there too, right? So that's got to sit, because now you can walk into a presentation saying, yeah, well, we've done that for sure. We've sold a ton of houses on this street, because we have. That's the beautiful part about this one, as a brand, even, right?
Well,
that's the beautiful part.
That's what starts taking all the pressure off. You don't have to sell the home. You don't have to buy a home, help them buy a home. You don't have to earn any of that trust, because that trust is already there with the things that we brought to the table and partnered with you on. Your only job is to show them the respect they deserve, to communicate with them in the best fashion so they feel comfortable and they open up and let their guard down and communicate with you as a person. And now you found 3 points of commonality. Now you become more friendly, and you're starting to earn that $130,000 over the lifetime of this client. And that's your only job. Communicate with them. Your only job is not to get the listing. It's not to get the contract. It's not to set an appointment. Your job is to communicate with them. If I can get them to like me, know me, and trust me using your DISC, using rapport and rapport building, using VAK, using those kinds of words, and using that kind of communication style, that's your only job. And if you make that your only job, it's like, wait, so all I have to do is shut off completely, observe who they are, do the same thing back to them, and that's the only thing I have to do, and I'll be able to get in the door and everything will start moving from there. Quite frankly, yeah, That's the basis of it all. And if you can do that, you just got past the biggest barrier. Everything else from there, we can overcome objections. We can overcome certain circumstances as well, because hey, the circumstances are what they are. How do we get you to that next step, showing them more value, that you're there to provide value for them, not just to sell them on something.
And today in this world, this starts way before communication actually, conversation starts, right? For example, right, some people, there's a text, right? That's an emoji filled life that person has right now that texts me. And so I see this is the person who cuts my hair confirming the appointment, right? And from the other day, and she's got all kinds of emojis that I can't even know where to find all those emojis on the whole thing, but that's how she communicates, right? And if I wanted to communicate with that person, I would do that. Now, when you look at your text messages or your emails, text messages mostly, and people reveal a lot about their communication styles via text, right? You get exclamation points, you get pauses, you get capitals, you get short to the point, quick questions. Some you get a bunch of descriptive adverbs, adjectives, and the whole thing. They tell you a lot. And too many times we respond in our mind the way we are at that moment. And that's selfish. And you just blew the ability to connect, because people are like themselves. I promise you, if that the girl who cuts my hair, she texts with her best friends, it's an emoji fest, right? Because that's just how the way I like to do that. So if she were to probably call and ask for something with real estate, if I got those type of texts, I have to respond back that way, because that's the world they're actually living in. And if it's, hey, quick question, what's the HOA? Right? That doesn't mean I want to hear about the spectacular view right now. I have a quick question, what's the HOA? Right? If that's what he asked, probably a high D or it's a C, right? And they just want to know. They have one question. So don't be fluffing around, answer their question. You guys got it? They give you the key to the kingdom is given every single time, right? Hi, nice to talk to you. I saw the email. I would want to have more questions about this property. Specifically, here's what I'd like to know. What is the exact HOA fee and what does that precisely cover? Hi, Mr. Analytical. Let me answer back the exact same way you just responded to me back. Specifically, the HOA is this, and it exactly covers this, 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 and this. Specifically, what else can I answer for you, sir? Right? Respond back. They give you exactly the whole thing.
They tell you how to sell them. They tell you what they want. They tell you what they want, what kind of information they want back. And they're giving little tells in the words they're using and the way they're shooting it over to you to be able to have you get the information, give it back to them in the way that they're going to process it. And then you also, when you're looking at, we looked at DISC and we looked at, basic rapport building, but then also talking about visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. That's a whole nother side of it, where if you can start really tuning into, are they using visual words, auditory words, kinesthetic words? Are they more kinesthetic people? Are they using words like feel? Are they using words like I really, when I see it, I'll just know, or I'm walking to home, it's just that feeling that I'm after. Or they say, home for me is the sound of the ocean crashing and the seagulls chirping. And, that's what you have to start paying attention to, those things too. They're going to give you all of that, but you have to be able to receive it, which is why neutral is the most important step.
So VAK is critical. I just stopped sharing screen so we could just chat on this one too. So if I walk in to see you at your open house, right, it's going to be so evident what I am if you're paying attention. And if you don't pay attention, you're speaking a totally different language to me. If I walked in to your open house and you might say, hey, what's most important to you? I say, man, I really want to take a look at the view, right? Because it's all about view to me, and it's got to be this wide open, uninterrupted. And if it's not, I just can't wait to see it, right? I just told you exactly what to say. So what kind of words would you throw back at me?
Oh, I'd be telling you, let's go take a look at that view. I want to show you how exactly wide open it is. And, it's going to be nice and stunning. Let's go take a look. So I'm going to those same words right back to you to try and get you out. Number one, I want to get you to what you wanted first. I want to give you what you wanted. I don't want to have, the kitchen is absolutely amazing too. And you should really see, you're a man, the man cave upstairs will give you some space. Now I'm going to get you to exactly what you want. Skip everything else. They don't care about all that. Get him to what he wants.
And if it's not wide open view, say, man, I wish I had a wide open. Let's go take a look at it anyway. Let me show you the view here. And what does wide open mean to you? Because if it's not this one, I know every damn house in this whole town. I could find it for you. If it's not on the market, I'll bang some door downs for you. Let's go take a look. Show me what does it mean to you, right? So I'm not going to try to say, hey, but did you see this kitchen? You could overlook the view and just imagine we can put a picture up there of your favorite. No, that's not what I want.
We really don't have a view in the back per se, but I mean, from the kitchen window, I mean, you got a decent view over that. I mean, don't try and we're not doing a bait and switch on it.
No, just tell them what they want exactly in the language that they have. And guys, this is a skill set that requires some help for sure. So guys, in the last few minutes we have here, this is important Q&A, right? So give us some Q&As on this thing and what we could do to help you on this one. Martin wrote, Jeff, what is FOS? FOS was from the last presentation. This one here, it's like, do you sound in command? FOS means full of. You can fill in the blank, but that's exactly what an upswing does. So if you're like, how old do you see? Well, it's 2017, right? Translated FOS, trust blown over, right? So that's what that actually means on that one. So good question. Other questions on this, guys, because I can tell you this, if you were to ask me the number one success tool in life, but specifically real estate, it's this. Because if people can't connect with you and don't feel like they trust you, you're dead. How do you realize when clients are, let me move this over.
How do you relate to clients when you're doing this on video?
Oh, yeah, talk about a beautiful world on Zoom right now. Same thing. Let me open up my Zoom room and I'm going to sit here in neutral until you talk, right? And then I'm going to hi, welcome to the Zoom room, the conversation. Right, and watch them talk, because you're going to notice their eye contact. They're going to be shifting. They're going to be doing this. They're going to say, "Yeah, well, here's what I'm actually looking for." And, oh, great. Well, let me show you this stuff. Start paying attention. Start writing down words on your lead forms, guys. We need to start seeing these letters: VAKDISC, right? Because if I'm talking with you within 2 minutes, I got you figured out. I know if you're a D, an I, if your wife's an S, or a C, if you're visual, if you're auditory, if you have kinesthetic type words. So on all of my lead follow-up forms that I'm going to put into Zap, and you'll learn a lot about Zap with Jimmy actually tomorrow, and about putting that in there. Just know it, guys. Just know how to communicate with these guys.
I think Zoom is one of the best things, because you get the ability to have all 100% of your communication style, and you get the ability to be able to see 100% of their communication style. So I can go straight into neutral and I can see all of it. I see their movement, see their body language, see their eye contact. I hear their tonality. I get everything. And I think that's the best opportunity. I want to put them into a video chat, a Zoom room, something like that, because I will connect. It's easier. Who was this? Jerry James. One of the comments I really liked is, it's easier to reject a font than it is a face. So if I can get in front of you with a face, it's a lot harder for you to just smash on the end button or not reply or just kind of ghost me. You're not going to show up in a Zoom room and then be gone. You're going to sit down and we're going to have 30 minutes probably where we're going to be going through some things, and I'm going to be working on communicating with you, and you're going to be working on trying to determine if you're going to work with me.
That's right. And Kimberly just typed in. All right. So being neutral when they come into an open house, do I greet them? Do I tell my name? Do I do anything? Yes. So let's talk about how you don't lead it and you could still kind of greet them. So hi, welcome. I'm watching you walk in. I'm going to be as neutral as I can. Say, welcome to the open house. What can I do to bring you guys some value today? Notice that is as neutral as a statement as I can make, because I can't say, hey, what are you guys looking for today? Because that means I'm highly visual and I'm trying to impart my visualness onto you, right? What can I tell you about the house? That's me assuming that you're auditory. That's not fair, because you might not be. Hey, what are you guys trying to get a feel for in the neighborhood? Are you kinesthetic? Am I just going to assume that? No. What can I do to bring you guys some value today? Zip it. And then listen.
Here's the other key. You didn't ask a yes or no question either. So you didn't say, can I tell you something about the house? Yeah, no, I'm okay. Because you open the door for them to reflexively. Everybody has the reflexive no. Everybody's initial response is, no, I'm okay. You walked into that store to buy the specific pair of jeans that were going to go with the shirt that you have at home and the shoes that you already planned together to go out. But when you walked into that store and the guy comes up to you or the girl comes up to you and says, hey, can I help you out with anything today? Are you looking for anything specific? No, I'm okay. I got it. It would have been so much easier if you just asked them, yes, I was looking for this, this, and this. I saw it online, and can you show me where it's at? But people don't do that. Reflexive no. So when you can leave that opening, do not let them say no. What can I do to bring you some value today? They actually have to think of something. Wow, he can provide value. What do I need that's of value that he might be able to provide? In the back of their head, they start going through all that, and they have to respond. They can't just go no and walk away. You can't, nobody's,
No.
okay, not nobody, but most people are not that rude.
And they tell me they're programming, Chris, right? And I say, what can I do to bring you some value? Well, here's what we're looking for. Excellent. Welcome to my home, visual person, right? Thank you very much for giving me my cues on how to build trust and rapport with you instantly. Thank you, right? No, I'm not going to say that, but that's what I'm getting from you, right? What are you guys looking for? What's important? What can I show you? Now I can take your lead and sell you the way that you want to be sold, because you've told me how you represent the world is represented to you, and it's visually to you. Now the next person might say, hey, what can I do to bring you value? Well, what can you guys tell me about the house? What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Excellent, Mr. Auditory. I've been waiting for you to show up, right? And say, well, let's talk. What's most important for you? What can we talk about? And then they gave me the path to walk down. Same thing, next person, what can I do to bring value? Well, we're just kind of looking to get a feel for the neighborhood, see what's going on. Excellent, Mr. Kinesthetic. I was wondering when you were showing up. Welcome, right? And then give them the warm and fuzzies, right? They give you the map on how to make them feel comfortable, because once you have the trust, you have them for life. It's $130,000 and it's a 7-second sale to earn that money. I don't care if they buy this house or not, right? I want them to buy me and trust me to give me their faith and trust that I can guide them in whenever they buy a house, or whenever any of their friends or family ever buys a house anywhere in the country, because of our relocation department too, right? So it all starts from that one spot.
Yeah, I don't want you to use me just because I was there at the open house or I'm the listing agent and you think that's where you get the best value. I want you to use me because I am the absolute damn best person for the job, and you would not go to any other real estate agent to have them help you, help your friends, help your family. If you're buying a home, you have to use Chris. He was absolutely amazing. Nothing comes close. If you go anywhere else, you're silly. And that's what I want. I don't want to just be the name on that contract. I want to be your go-to for life. I want to be your $130,000 for the life of me type of client, because that's how much you're worth to me, and I can provide that much value to you.
Louisa just wrote in, what are some small practices like we can incorporate into our daily routines to control our tonality while not practicing scripts? All right. This is your best tool in the world right now, Louisa, is your phone. And you've got a recorder app, right? If not, it's in the App Store or Play Store. Just download one and record your world, right? And record yourself talking. Go to the mall, right? Go walk around, do something. Listen to how you speak, because you'll be shocked because you don't know how you speak, because you've never really had to listen, especially Lisa, you're new, right? With us, and you're new to the industry. You have no clue how you sound because nobody ever cared. It was irrelevant because you just communicated. But now it's important. You need to know what your natural tendency of communication is so you can go into neutral, because guys, once you control your tonality, right, it's important, because it's going to have to change. Your tempo is going to change. Your vocabulary is going to change, because if you're going door to door, or you're at an open house and people are coming in, one guy is coming in from New York and is a quick talking little guy, just wants to kind of bing bang a boom, right? And then the next person is Myrtle from South Carolina, and she just came here to see what's going on. And you're going to have to slow yourself down and enter her world. And then the guy from Chicago comes in right behind him. He's a little fast talker guy as well. And then the other guy comes over and he's from another little part over in Idaho. And, you know, they just kind of want to get an idea for the future when they maybe move here one day. And you're going to have to just kind of slow down the pace and enter their world and mirror and match and kind of check it out with their eye contact, the tonality, if you want to actually have a good, successful business. You guys see how this is a sport, right? It's fun, right? It's like, I want to talk to 30, 40, 50 people a day because I want to have fun, because who's my next call? What could you possibly be? I want to know, can I go into visual mode? Can I go into high D? Oh, I'd like to be an S. Please be an S. Yes. Okay. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Okay, I need a high I. Let's go. Right. And then imagine how much fun you can have doing this, guys. It's a fun business. It really is.
To get to that point, what you need to start doing, simple thing, is just always have a notepad or something with you, and always have that written down on there. VAK, DISC. Always be able to take notes as you're talking to people, as you're listening to them, as you're watching them. Take some notes. either during or after that conversation. Write it down when it's appropriate during the conversation. When it's not, do it after the conversation. Write down what you identified about them. Start with your friends. Don't try and jump right into your business if you're afraid of screwing something up. Start with your friends. Call your friends up, talk to your brother, talk to your family, talk to somebody down the street, and start taking notes of what are they? Are they visual, auditory, kinesthetic? Are they DISC? And start identifying some of their main characteristics so you can start getting better at it with people that are closest to you. And then you can start getting it into your business. Like you were talking about recording yourself. Recording yourself is absolutely a great idea. You just have to be willing to listen to yourself afterwards. So many of us hate our voice. You won't listen to yourself because I hate the sound of my voice. Get over it. Listen to yourself.
Chris, I could tell you, Craig started talking about as from a prospecting, from an agent perspective, I would do 3 hours of prospecting every single day, just blanging out contacts. That was just the goal. But 3 hours a day of prospecting, and then in the evenings, 3 hours a day of listening to my prospecting session. Right now, that's how you learn. And that's how you get good. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed that. Oh, I blew that one. Man, I didn't mirror match her at all. No wonder she hung up on me. I got it. And then the next one, I'm better. And the next day, I'm better. You do that for a couple of months, you're going to nail it. I mean, how serious are you about this industry? Are you planning on having this be your career? Then act like it, right? Raise your game. Step up your professionalism. Could you be a professional anything without practicing and watching game film?
Nope. That's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, a quarterback watches game film. They watch the 3 hours, 3.5 hours of film of the defense and where they were and why he threw that interception or who he missed that was open, what plays work, which ones don't. And that's exactly what you have to do if you record yourself, if you record Zoom meetings. That's a great way. Zoom records all of them. If you put them in your Zoom room, it's going to record the sound, it's going to record the video. Start doing it. Go back and watch it. Go back and listen to it. What did I miss? Where could I have been better? What did I not pick up on? Who are they? How can I communicate with them?
Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Well, we're about to tramp all over into Mike Puma and Jimmy's time. So I want to thank you guys for your attention on this one. I hope it brought you a lot of value and at least got you to think about upping your game and gave you the tools to actually do that. So again, Chris, thank you very much. And thanks for all your attention, everybody. And coming up in 1.5 minutes, Mike Puma and Jimmy McNally about digital domination and how to actually build your sphere. And actually, Chris, you could stay on for a second because there's one thing I wanted to say about this. As I get back to my, and this is my intro for them, which they don't know about on this one. But if you plan to be in this business for the next 3 years plus, you need to stay on this. If you're retiring or zoning out, just go play golf. It doesn't matter, because this is what's going on in this business. And if you don't own this part of your business coming up, you're going to be irrelevant and it's going to wipe you out. Right? I can't say that. I'm not joking at all, because we alluded to it this morning, but the future of real estate will be voice, and it will go through and it will contextualize and it will search algorithmically to figure out who is most relevant in the niche areas that people are actually searching in. And if you're not pushing out serious content to that niche right now, you're not even going to be showing up on the radar, right? So really pay attention to how to push out this content, what to do, and Jimmy and Mike are the best of this. So protect your turf and just get out there and just enjoy this. And you're gonna have a lot of fun with this session. So Jimmy and Mike, no pressure, but I just built you guys up as the gurus of the world. So I hope we all appreciate that. And we are going to gracefully exit that now. And we'll see you again. I'll see you again, because Jimmy and Mike have 3 to 4, and then Mike and Jonathan have 4 to 5, and then Craig and I will be back at 5 to do a recap with you guys. So thanks for watching us. See you later. Enjoy Jimmy and Mike.
Well, that was quite the intro by those guys. Let me get Jeff out of here before he can chime in again. I don't even want him to be able to do it. Oh no! See, that's why we got to restrict people. That's why we got to restrict people and kick them out of here.
Did you say restrict, or did you say restraining order? What did you say?
I already filed one of those. He doesn't listen to it.
No, probably not. Right?
No, it doesn't work.
Man, I'll tell you what though, that was pretty awesome.
Yes. Let me make him a panelist. Okay.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Batman? Hey, yeah, it's Bat Realtor. Come on.
I fully expected you to be in full costume.
I mean, I'm
this
close. Look,
presentation.
I got two things for you. I got. Does that count?
Keep calm, Batman.
Or I do have my little call light here.
I love
Whenever
it.
you need to call, it's
I
pretty good.
love
It's
it.
good stuff. I didn't know
That
I
is
could dress up. You know, I
fantastic.
would have. You know, I would have. All day long.
I should have made you dress up, but I
Hey,
didn't.
there's still 2 more days worth of this stuff. You never know.
That's true.
It won't make as much sense though as it would right now. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Very true. Very true. All right. So let's give a little context to the audience. Obviously, many of you watching know who I am. You may know who Jimmy is as well. But am I the only one hearing an echo, Jimmy? Are you hearing an echo?
No echo.
No? Okay. All right. Well, then it's just me. So I'm Mike Puma. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer here at the brokerage. Jimmy is one of our assistant managers helping Chris run our Apollo Beach office. But he's also one of our top agents. And more than most agents I've ever seen, Jimmy has done a phenomenal job of really building his own brand, his own niche that we will dive into. And what we were alluding to with the Batman theme, that I may or may not have played a role in some of this content.
Probably, yeah.
I see the T-Rex outfit comment, which I will not admit to. It may have been me, but it may not have been.
That's
So
right.
Jimmy has done a phenomenal job, right? And so this session here is less about actual content creation. That's what's going to come next.
Yep.
This is a session about just understanding how you can leverage the various social media platforms to dominate your marketplace in a very simple and easy to execute way. Right. And I think that's where, Jimmy, and we've talked about this several times, and I'd love your thoughts since you are an active agent, is I think agents get really stuck on trying to complicate things, right? When it comes to social, they think they need to create this elaborate content. They think they need this big social media plan and to build marketing funnels and to do all of these things. And in some businesses that makes sense, right? But for the average agent, it's not needed. And there's a very easy ways to execute on these platforms that will directly drive your business. And those are the things that we want to dive in today. But I'd love your thoughts on that before we dive in on just as an active agent, and when you dove into this, what were your thoughts coming into it and starting on social?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, like, even when I started getting into real estate, I had this mentality of I have to look a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way, and have an understanding of anything and everything, when it comes down to real estate. And, that really hindered me from really building my brand, really being able to step out and be who I am. And actually just, let's call it like it is. It really hindered me from doing business because I was trying to be someone that I wasn't. I know that, Chris and Jeff were talking about, and specifically Chris, around, how he hears agents talking and it's like, who is this person? That's not even them. Well, that's basically me. That's what I thought I needed to do when I got into the business. And then, I finally just made a decision that, what I was going to focus on was being myself, having fun with, and just really doing something that was out of the box, something that was different, something that I loved. I have a lot of passion and energy, which this is going to tie directly into why do you choose a niche? But it was me. It was just being different. And, I decided to try something a little different and it worked great. Personally, I didn't care what anybody thought of by me kind of making this transition over to, well, we'll call it like it is. I dressed up as Batman. Okay. That's just like it is. I dressed up like Batman and I started doing some previews of homes. I love Batman. I love comics. I love all that kind of stuff, but I decided I dressed up like Batman and I had a blast. And then all of a sudden I just got all this engagement, like finally got this engagement around in social media because people like to see it. Now, not everybody did. Don't get me wrong. Not everybody liked it. Some people probably unfriended me and said, no, this is not who I want to be. But I did it. And I went out and did something that I was not necessarily comfortable. I wasn't comfortable getting in front of a camera dressed up as a Batman, but I did something that I enjoyed, having some fun, making some voice. It was just a really good time. And then from there, it just I was known as Batman / Bat Realtor. And I just started to do more with it. And it kind of opened me up to be myself, along with a lot of other things, not just dressing up like a bat.
Oops, I was muted. So I think that's actually like a perfect segue, right? Because and we'll dive into the actual presentation, but I think one of the biggest takeaways right there that you just alluded to is you got engagement, right? And that is, so we're going to run through a tactical plan here. And some of you have seen this plan before. Some of you have never seen this plan before, but this is a simple daily marketing plan that when me and Jimmy are done here, in about 45 minutes or so, you're going to have kind of 10 things that you need to be doing, in our opinion, on a daily basis when it comes to social media. And if you execute on these 10 things, you will build a framework that will allow you to get business coming to you from social on a pretty steady basis, right? And, social for most of you is never going to be 100% of your business. But this can be a very effective source to stay in contact and continue to build relationships with past clients, but also prospective clients. And so we're going to give you step-by-step things that are very easy for you to execute. No crazy production. What Jimmy did is even above and beyond what we're asking you to do in these 10 things. But the reason Jimmy is such a great person to speak about this topic, though, is because of the fact that he did pick a niche and he went all in on it. And when he picked his niche, there are a lot of people out there, a lot of you watching that would say, well, wait a minute, I would never buy real estate from someone who dressed up in a costume and was parading around, right? Cool. But that's the power of a niche, because for every one of you that wouldn't do business with someone like that, there's 5 people that would do business solely because they love the fact that he would do that, right? I'm being one of them. I thought it was hilarious, which is why I immediately contacted you to say, hey, we got to go shoot some other content and like really expand on this. And so I think that's the power of a niche, right? Whether it's dressing up like Batman, whether it's cooking, whether it's puppies, whether it's football, whether it's baseball, doesn't matter. And we're going to dive in a little bit more to that here in a second. But the power of a niche is that it builds connection with other people that have that similar interest. And you need to be able to put blinders on. And as long as that niche is authentic to you, which is what Jimmy alluded to, then anyone who doesn't want to do business with you because of that is irrelevant. It really won't bother you. And that's a big thing. So let me share my screen and dive in and get tactical here. Okay, so digital domination, building your niche. Social is simple. Let's not complicate this. So the reality is we just need to identify who do we want to connect with? What do we want to do to connect with them? When should we be posting and doing these activities? Where should we be doing them, right? There's a lot of platforms. And how, right? What's the actual method of execution? And so I think for me, the start of this, the foundation of this is social is simply conversations at scale. It's not marketing, right? Can it be used to market? Of course it can, right? But if you look at social of what it truly is, why it was created, and how most people use it, it's to have conversations. But it gives you the ability to have these conversations at great scale, which is something that you really can't do otherwise, right? If I go to a bar, I am limited to the amount of people in that bar. Where if I create a great piece of content on social that happens to get viral, I can get massive exposure for free to people that I never would have had access to before, right? So that's the power that we're dealing with. So the who. This is where the niche really becomes powerful. So for a lot of you, it's not going to be a crazy niche. It's going to be your sphere. It's
Right.
going to be the people that already know you, like you, trust you, past clients, family members, friends from college. Those are the people that are going to likely be the first source of your first deal if you're new, or source of majority of your deals if you're not new, right? So that's where most of you need to start. Now, some of you just moved here from another state or moved here from another area, or really do need a niche because you don't have a big sphere. Maybe you haven't been on social and you're finally, biting the bullet and going to join. Well, yeah, now you don't have a big sphere to work with, right? So that's where the niche can become very, very powerful. So when we think about niche, though, it really could be anything, right? So Jimmy settled on Batman costumes. You've expanded
And costumes.
beyond Batman.
I've definitely expanded
costumes.
beyond that. Definitely expanded by that.
But it could be anything, right? And so for those of you that are watching this, I need to really think about, like, for me, both my kids play baseball, right? I have a niche within the youth baseball community. I can build a niche there. I'm a big Washington Redskins fan. So is Jimmy. Maybe that's why I like him. Actually, I can be honest. He wouldn't even be on this with me if he wasn't a Redskins fan.
Yeah.
So, but that's an instant connection, right? So it could be a professional sports team. That's super powerful. Like, I am not joking. I would rather do business with someone who is a Redskins fan than not. Right? Like,
definitely not a Cowboys fan, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and if you're a Cowboys fan, I'm probably gonna want to punch you in the face. So, like, that's just the reality of it.
That's just the reality. Yeah, exactly.
So that's the power of a niche, though. There is a unique bond. Now, we can spin a niche too, because if I was going after Jimmy and I knew Jimmy was a Cowboys fan, one of the best ways to connect with Jimmy as a Cowboys fan is to say, dude, listen, we should not be friends and we should not be talking at all because I'm a Redskins fan, but you got to admit that it's fun when they get to play each other, right? We've had some good battles over the years, and I can use that to connect with Jimmy, even though, right, it's not necessarily the same view as mine, but the niche, the power of being connected to a sports team, being a fan of something, is a great niche. But it could be anything, guys. So you really need to think about your hobbies.
Yeah.
And it could be multiple, right? You can work multiple niches.
Right.
Jimmy, obviously you have the Batman thing, but how many niches would you say you actually work from a social perspective?
Probably 4 or 5, depending on the time of year.
Right.
But yeah.
So
yeah.
But it doesn't have to be one, right?
Yeah. Well, you got to think
key
too, like when it comes down to like a niche, and I don't mean to cut you off there, my man, but just think of niche in general, like by definition, besides like a shallow recess in a house. It's a comfortable pseudo position in life or a specialized segment of the market that you're working in. So it has to be something that you are comfortable with, something that you love, because people are going to be able to tell. Like if I go into a Dallas Cowboys and I'm talking about how much I love the Cowboys, they're going to know I'm lying because I don't know anything about them except how many times we've lost to them or the fact that we beat them twice this year. It is what it is. But do you see what I mean? Like they're going to know when you're not telling the truth. So you need to pick things and pick multiple things. There's many agents that have gone through and, what is it? Kelly in the office here. She loves Jeeping. She loves her Jeep. She loves off-road. She loves side-by-side. She loves, fitness. And things like that. And so, finding that niche and being able to communicate with those people, regardless of where it is, just makes you human and really puts you in a great spot to be able to make those connections with people.
Absolutely. 100%. And we also need to understand that the niches that you're going in will vary by platform, right? And as long as you can deal with 4 and 5 niches, as long as you don't ever treat them the same. So the problem I see with a lot of content that agents put out is that you try and treat everyone on every platform the exact same, and it's not. even the same person, right? I am in a different consumer mindset when I'm on Facebook compared to when I'm on LinkedIn, compared to when I'm on Instagram, right? I'm a different person because I'm expecting to see different content. I'm not going to go to LinkedIn to find super funny videos. That's not going to be the reason why I'm on the platform, right? But I will do that on YouTube. I will do that on Facebook, right? So that's the difference. And so we need to understand that as just a fundamental practice, that your sphere, your niche is going to be different, and you need to respect that as you communicate with them on these different platforms. And we're going to dive into that. So the what do we give them, right? What does Jimmy give his niche, his following, his sphere? Number one, you. The reason that the Batman thing works so well is not that everyone who watched it is a Batman fan. To be honest, I'm probably one of the least of that generation, right? Of Jimmy and my generation. I'm probably like one of the least superhero people. I've barely seen the superhero movies. It's not my thing. But I love the video because it was funny, it was creative, and it was Jimmy. Like, I got to see Jimmy. I could tell that he loved doing it, which made it feel super authentic. And if I'm part of Jimmy's sphere, I want to see Jimmy, right? Your sphere wants to see you. They want to know the real you. They want to see that you're a human being, that you have a family, that you do these things, that you have a sense of humor. That's what they want to see. So you have to be contextual to them. And then obviously, if you are going after a specific niche, create content around that, right? Create comments around that. And we're going to dive into the tactics here in a second. But if I'm going after other Washington football team fans, then I'm going to go into those groups and I'm going to create content and comments and engage about the Washington football team. I'm not going to go into there and be like, hey, is anyone here looking to buy a house? I'm a Redskins fan too. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go in and talk about the team. Guys, did you see how many sacks we allowed this past week? It was ridiculous. Yeah, we won, but we cannot get – that's going to be the difference, right? So I'm going to be contextual to whatever niche and whatever audience I'm going after. And my number one priority is always to bring value, right? So that's super, super important as you go through this. When? As much as humanly possible. So I always say do more than what you're currently doing. So if you are not posting at all, posting once a week is better than not posting at all, right? Posting twice a week is better than posting once a week, and you get the drift. The reality is you can post 10 times a day and you are not going to overwhelm your sphere, your audience, or the platform. I know that is a myth that a lot of you believe or think. It is not true. The algorithm is built in such a way that it will never allow someone's feed to get completely overwhelmed by one individual, because they know that people don't like that. And their objective is to keep you on their platform. So the last thing that they want to do is create a situation where they are motivating you to leave the platform, because if you leave the platform, they cannot show ads to you. And if they cannot show ads to you, they do not make money. So their whole objective is to keep you on the platform. So they are never, ever, ever going to allow you to be overwhelmed. So I hope that makes sense. Jimmy, how many times on average do you post a week?
Man, it could be anywhere. I mean, it does vary. I at least have one post a day. If I try to do actually like 3 or 4, but as much as I can, as long as I have content that as long as I can bring value. Obviously, I'm not just going to post to post. If that makes sense, it has to be something that does have some value, and depending on the group that I'm posting in, it may be different. Because let's say something like the football team, that's probably a lot bigger on like Monday, Tuesday, when after go through that weekend game, versus getting into some of my other groups where the high focus is towards like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where I may be doing a little bit more. So, but I've posted like 50 times in a week before.
Yeah, but I love it because number one, you're not punishing yourself if you don't post. It's not the end of the world, guys. If you meant to post Monday and you didn't, you can still post Tuesday. It's going to be okay. And
Sure?
also not posting to just post, I think that's a huge thing, and we'll dive into that in a little bit later. But I think posting just to post is not ever the answer, right? It all comes back to that authenticity and the intent, and those things matter. So where we're primarily going to focus the guide that we're going to show you here in a minute on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, Google My Business is another big one, and then TikTok. Those are kind of your core platforms. Yes, there are some emerging, depending on your niche. Parlor might make sense for you. Engaging in WeChat may make sense. But those things are what I would call emerging platforms. They're not established like these are. These are your core. These are what we're going to focus on as far as the guide. And then how? Here is literally as simple as this gets. Okay. Now, before we dive into this,
but wait
there
1 second. Wait, hold on. Not quite yet.
Wait, there's
Not
more.
quite yet.
We need to dive into the mindset, right? I know Chris and Jeff did a fantastic job a couple sessions ago talking about this.
Yes.
And it matters a lot when you get onto social, because 99% of the time, the reason you are not engaging in social the way that you should be is not because you don't know how. It is because you are holding yourself back mentally. And these are the most common excuses I hear coming out of your mouth. And these are the ones that I need to just completely get you to eliminate from your mindset. Now, Jimmy, let's be vulnerable for a second.
Sure.
When you first got in this business, there's a lot being thrown at you. You're trying to learn how to sell real estate. You're trying to learn a contract. You're scared of shit because you don't have income coming in. You got a family to feed. There's a lot of overwhelming factors. I'm guessing at Best Buy, right, in your corporate career there, because you had a very successful career there, but it was not about posting on social media for Best Buy.
Nope.
So it wasn't like you came in with like this big habit of posting on social and like creating content. So what did you experience any of these things on the screen here when you first got started?
Well, let's throw this out there too. Remember, I thought I needed to be someone else. So not only that, I had to figure out how I'm supposed to communicate like this person that I thought I needed to be. But I would say all of these, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the majority of them. Okay, at one point. Yes, probably almost all of them.
We all do.
Except for the guy I didn't grow up with this, because but I get you. I didn't feel that one.
No, but I mean, the reality is, we didn't, right? I mean, like, listen, I'm 34 years old. Facebook. I mean, I remember sitting in my dorm room at Facebook and putting in UT because University of Tampa wasn't in there, and you had to have a college email, and your college had to be loaded into Facebook to be able to get on. Right. So like, it wasn't like I grew up with this necessarily either. Now, obviously I had more exposure to it at a younger age than a lot of people, but still nowhere near what our kids are going through. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Where they can't imagine a world without it. But I didn't grow up with this either, but we also didn't grow up knowing how to drive a car, and we figured that out. So like, anything can be figured out. So that's really not an excuse either. But the point is, guys, this is common. So like, I don't want to punish you for having these things. These are real. We all have these fear, doubts, and anxieties, but these are not an excuse that can hold you back. And here's why. Because the world will not know how great of an agent you are unless you tell them. So you've got to communicate, and the world is on social. So you can leverage and use all those excuses that we just had up there, but no one cares. Because if you do not take consistent action, you will not have a consistent business. You just won't. So we've got to get over those excuses, and we've got to take consistent action.
Right.
So the last thing we need to go through before we go through the 10 steps, 2 very important things, because the process that we're about to go through will not work unless you have these 2 things. You need business profile on Facebook. You need a profile on LinkedIn. You need an Instagram account. You need a Twitter account. And those are really the big ones. If you really want to get crazy, I would get TikTok too. But I'll leave that one off for now because it still is a little young. But I would encourage you to do that. And at least start engaging in the content on TikTok so you can understand how people are creating for the platform, what people are engaging in. That's important. Okay. Now, as far as business profiles go, I do want to preface this. On Instagram, it's not crucial that you have a business profile. You definitely can have one. There are some benefits. You can obviously get some more analytics and get some things that you don't have on your personal account. The main reason I would say is most people like to, I shouldn't say most, some people like to separate their business content and what they're doing from a business perspective from what they're doing on a personal side. So if you're one of those people, having both allows you to do that. From a Facebook perspective, it's super important because number one, you are a business, right? I hate to break it to you all. I know you're self-employed, so sometimes it doesn't, and you're by yourself, so it doesn't feel like you're a business, but you are a business. And so having a business page that looks and feels and treats it like a business is going to put you in a mental state to actually run your business like a business, which is important. And I know Craig and Jeff and Chris, and they all alluded to that earlier today. You've got to treat this like a business. You got to create a business plan. Having a business page only adds to that. But also, if you do want to get to a point where you can run ads and do those things, you have to have the business account. Okay. And we need to make sure these profiles are up to date, because if you drove up to a store that you like to shop at and the sign was off and it was empty, you would think they were closed, right? So if the last post you made was 3 years ago and you haven't posted since, the last thing you need is to be driving engagement and traffic to something that looks like you haven't operated it forever. So we need to make sure the profiles are complete and that they're up to date. Okay. And I don't care if you haven't posted in 5 years. You need to go back in, refresh all the data, and just make sure that everything is as complete and up to date as humanly possible.
Because this is where everybody's going to come. This is where everybody's going to come. So you want to make sure it is done.
The steps we're about to take will work, but they will only work if these two things are 100% complete.
Right.
Okay. So here is our daily marketing guide. I want to preface this by, we have a few agents who have really mastered this guide, and it's taking them on average less than 30 minutes a day. At most, though, brand new to this, it shouldn't take you much more than an hour to do every day. Okay. So here's the guide. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to make 5 comments on 5 different posts on each platform. Right. So we have 5 platforms listed. If you want to do it on 3, do it on 3. You want to do it on 1, do it on 1. I'm asking you to do it on all these 5 because I think it's important. But you saying, oh, well, I don't like TikTok, I don't like Twitter, fine. Do not let that be an excuse to not do it on the others. You don't like any of those, fine. Do it on Facebook. You only like Instagram, great. Do it on Instagram. If you want better results, you want bigger results, you want to build bigger business, you want to build a bigger sphere, you really need to be doing this on all 5 platforms, but do it on 1. Like I said before, doing it on 1 is better than doing it on none. And if you don't want to do this on any of them, then guys, do not plan to make social any part of your strategy at all. Okay. It won't work. So here is the deal. We're going to make 5 comments. What do I mean by making 5 comments? This is literally what I mean. Hold on, let me go back up. Here's what I mean. I'm going to escape out of this. I literally mean, I want you to come into Facebook. I want you to pull up your app on your phone or on your computer. I want you to scroll down and I want you to strategically comment on 5 posts. I do not mean go comment on your mom's post. Your mom knows you already and hopefully loves you. You do not need to post on your mom's post. If you want to comment, that's great. Comment on that. It's not going to count as one of your 5. Okay. One of your 5 is going to be someone that is in your sphere. I don't care if it's someone that you know, but someone that you're not seeing regularly that automatically, here's my rule. if they thought of real estate, would they automatically think of you and only come to you? If the answer to that question is yes, they are not one of your 5 that you need to comment on. If the answer is I don't know, they're one of your 5.
Yep.
Okay. So Jamie would be one of those people for me. So I would comment on Jamie and be like, so here's the strategy. Look at what she look at what her post. My Hanukkah present came today. I'm so excited, but she doesn't say what it is. What does Jamie want? See, this is really important too. I don't want to skip past
Brad
this.
Pitt, maybe Brad Pitt. I don't know.
If she got Brad Pitt, then he really is the best.
Right.
I don't know, man. How do you compete
Just
with
saying.
that?
I'm just saying.
But what does Jamie want here? She doesn't say what she got, does she? What does she want? What is your sphere asking? She's asking you to ask what she got.
Yep.
That's why she does this. If she wanted you like outright, she would have put it in here. She didn't. Right? So, what did you get? Post done. There's my 1. I'm going to do that 4 more times. Guys, I'm not asking you to do anything crazy. I'm not asking you to go in and create a bunch of content. I'm literally asking you to open up the app, click the app button, open up the app, scroll through your feed, find 5 people that you do not see on a daily basis, that will not think of you on a daily basis, and literally write a comment to their post.
Don't
if
like
there's
it.
someone that's maybe someone that's not in your feed,
Yeah.
then you search them, right?
Yep.
If Jimmy's not in my feed, but I'm like, man, I haven't talked to Jimmy in a while though, and I know, Jimmy just got promoted. I know they're going to be thinking about it. Then I'm going to search Jimmy. I'm going to come to one of his comments or one of his posts and comment. And again, we're going to be contextual. That sunset is crazy. Boom. Now, why is this important? Because this is part of the strategy, right? What's going to happen on this post? Couple things. Number 1, Jimmy's going to get a notification that I just commented on his post, which means Jimmy is going to think of me, right? Subconsciously, Jimmy's going to be like, oh, Mike, man, I haven't seen him in a while. Wonder what he's up to. More than likely, if we haven't talked in a while, Jimmy's going to click on me to come see what I've been up to. And if I'm doing my job, which is really what the next class is about, and I'm posting regularly and I'm creating content, funny stuff, real estate stuff, then as Jimmy scrolls through my feed, what's Jimmy going to see? Oh, Mike's in real estate. That's right. And this is happening subconsciously, guys. He may not even be in the market or remotely thinking about real estate, but it's subconscious. And now guess what else is going to happen? Jimmy's likely going to engage in one of my posts. And you know what's going to happen then? Facebook or LinkedIn or Instagram, because they're all the same, is going to say, wait a minute, Jimmy cares what Mike has to say, and Mike cares about what Jimmy has to say. So you know what? We're going to start putting Mike's content in Jimmy's feed, and Jimmy's content's going to go in Mike's feed. And now Jimmy's going to start seeing more of my posts until he stops engaging. So now I've just sucked Jimmy in to now hearing and me staying top of mind to Jimmy. So think about how powerful this is if we're doing this strategically to people in our sphere, to people in our niche, to past clients. If I go and do this to my past clients and I keep my past clients all in my feed and I can stay top of mind to them, do you think they're more likely to use me again?
Or recommend you?
Or recommend me because they're thinking about me? And when they go to the tournament that weekend and they hear Johnny's like, yeah, we're thinking about moving. Oh man, you got to call my buddy Jimmy, right? That's how this happens, guys. Doesn't happen though, unless you are taking these small, subtle steps. This is a framework, right? So this is why just commenting, doing nothing crazy, just strategically commenting is so important. And I want you to do this across the multiple platforms because like we said earlier, we have different sphere and different niches on each platform. So engaging on those platforms has numerous benefits to us if we're just commenting and engaging. And the algorithms are all working very similarly. Okay, does that make sense? We're going to do the same thing, guys, on all those 5 platforms. So we're going to come to LinkedIn. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to scroll through and we're going to comment. Now, I just want to point out real quick, I love LinkedIn for this because LinkedIn, unlike the others, A, is more professional, which means they have a job. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm going to work on my sphere, I like people who have jobs because that typically
Right.
means they have money, and money is required when we're going to do a real estate transaction. So I do like LinkedIn for that. I also like LinkedIn though, because when I comment, let me just click on a post with some comments. Let's see. All right. You know what? I think this one has some up here. Let's go to this one. Yeah. So when I look at these comments, oh, sorry, clicked the wrong thing here. 103 comments, right? On this post. Look what it posts underneath when I comment. My job title. So if I have Realtor Century 21 Beggins in my description here, which you all should because you completed your profile, which was the prerequisite before we get to these steps, then now when I comment, everyone I comment on is subconsciously seeing real estate, Century 21, Century 21. What's the power of the brand? That everyone on the planet, when they see Century 21, knows that that's real estate. That's one of the main caveats of the brand, right? You leverage it. And this is such an easy way to do it. Okay. I don't want to harp on this, but it's the same thing. Okay. So that is step number one. We're going to do that on 5 comments. So essentially, if we do that, you're going to leave 25 comments and it can happen very quickly, right? You guys see that we really could do this in about 5 seconds if we wanted to, right? Okay. Let's dive back here. So step number 2, go to search bar and type in the name of your community, neighborhood, or niche, and then we're going to select groups. So this is another super powerful thing, and we can do this on all of the platforms. I'm just going to show you on Facebook. So let's just say I want to search Apollo Beach since that's where Jimmy's from. And this could be anything, and I'll show you a couple examples. So when I come in, I search. These search bars, guys, on these social platforms are super powerful, and they're one of the most underutilized tools, and they're free. So I search Apollo Beach because I'm going to work Apollo Beach. I'm then going to come down. I'm going to click groups. These are all community groups in Apollo Beach. I'm going to come join every single one of these if I want to work Apollo Beach. Why? Because guess who else is in here? People who live in Apollo Beach.
Yep.
Okay. So when I'm getting my niche, is Apollo Beach or a neighborhood a niche? Yes.
Yes.
That's a niche, right? That is a niche. So if that's a niche that I want to work, I'm going to come in, I'm going to join every single one of these groups. Some I'm going to have to request, some are public, that's okay. Send your request, join the public ones, join as many that you feel are relevant. Then I'm going to go into those groups and I'm going to leave a comment on 3 posts in the groups that I just joined. And they're going to be real comments, guys, not, hey, I'm a realtor, come use me.
Right.
No.
Again, it's
Real
adding
comments
value. We
about
talk a
the
real,
group.
yes, real comments, value, whatever they're talking about. It's not just liking either. You don't
100%.
just like posts. It's not about that. It's about
Nope.
leaving some type of value, something, comment, have fun with it, whatever. And again, we talked about niche being something you're comfortable with. So find the ones that you like.
Yes, fine.
That you can
Absolutely.
add good
Because
stuff.
like we said, it could be Washington football team, right? It could be me coming in here and searching that and then joining all these groups, which I actually am a member of quite a few of these. I think I didn't do Washington football team. I've always done
Not
the
yet.
Redskins.
I'm not
a
ready
member
for
of
that.
A couple of the Redskins. Yeah, I can't do it.
I'm not ready for that.
But coming in here, right? So now we join the group and all we have to do is click join. And then we come in and we engage in the group. That's
Right.
it. We start commenting on it and we're contextual to whatever the group is and whatever
Yes.
the post is about, right? That is a big, big key. So now I do that. 3 posts. All I'm doing is scrolling through the group, boop, post, comment. I'm talking about 3 to 5 words. And again, this is super powerful because do I know everyone in this group? Nope.
Nope.
But let's say I pick a post that has 14 comments on it. not only is that original poster getting a notification that I just commented on their post, but guess who else gets that notification? All other 14 people who commented on that post are also going to get a notification right up here like this one that says so-and-so just commented on the post that you commented on.
Yep.
And humans are curious. So what am I going to do? What did he say? And I'm going to click on it and I'm going to go see. And now you just got exposure. Now, if I found that comment engaging or funny or whatever, I'm like, man, who's that? I'm going to click on them. That's how this works. Okay. So I think you guys see how this is steamrolling. Okay. So we're doing that with the groups, right? Step number 4 was go into that group, comment on 3 posts. Okay. Then we're going to create a post for your business page. If you work for us, there is no excuse for you to not post once a day because I literally create a daily piece of content for you and put it in your email inbox every single morning at 6:30 a.m. So if you work for us, at the very least, you should be posting once a day because I'm literally creating it for you and writing the copy for you. If you don't like mine, that's fine. Do your own. But I need at least 1 post a day. Okay? Because once we do that, and we're going to dive into the content here in 15 minutes, but once we create that piece of content, now we're going to share, we're going to put that on our business page. So from Facebook, let's just use Facebook as an example. We're going to put it on our business page. Okay. I'm going to show you guys. So there's no, I'm not sure what I click. We're going to eliminate that excuse right now. So I'll just come into our business page. So let this load here.
So while he's pulling that up real quick, so one of the questions that have popped up, I know we're going to do a Q&A at the end, but you're kind of hitting it right now. Christine Phillips said, when posting, is it smart to post on both our business page and our personal page or just one? She's a newer agent and noticed that when she's posting only on her business page, she's not getting as much engagement, if any at all. But I post on my personal page a lot and get a lot of engagement. So this is exactly what he's going to be doing here. Is he's going to make a post on his business page, and then the next step of this plan is to actually share it onto your personal page too.
Yeah, and so.
But I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah. So your point is spot on, though, right?
You can't see his face.
That is gonna. Yeah, it's because I'm using my phone as my camera and the computer as my audio. So
you just can't see his pretty face.
Yeah, it'll be fine. You guys don't need to see that anyways. But you're better off for this. Okay. So here's the reality. Most of you are going to have far less engagement on your business page because A, it's newer, and B, you're not growing the sphere as much, and the platforms make it far easier to grow your personal sphere than they do your business page, right? Business page, they typically want you to spend money to grow it, okay? But here's how this works. And so actually, I'm going to go to our BE3 page, so because we did this yesterday. I did this personally yesterday, so I want to show how powerful this can be. So here's the reality. Click on BE3 real quick. Okay, so I made a quick piece of content yesterday. This one right here, right? A lot of you may have seen it if you work for us. I posted in Begga's Agents. It was just a funny little clip that I did. Now, you can see for posts that we just leave on our business page, right? So this post just went to this page, and we've got a decent following on this page, a few thousand people, but the organic algorithm is not going to show your stuff to a lot of people. It's just not. Facebook isn't what it was 10 years ago, right? So you're not going to get massive exposure for free. They want you to pay for it. Now, you can see 72 people reached, 57 people reached. These are organic posts, right? Now, I want to point out something real quick before I dive into this. Guys, one person, 2 people seeing a video that you do, and we're going to dive into this more in a few minutes, is better than 0. So the fact that you don't want to post because 5,000 people, 1 million people aren't going to see your post is ridiculous. If you get 2 people to watch your stuff, that's 2 people that thought of you that didn't before. So I want to create that framework. Like, we need to lower our expectation, number one. But This post I took and I shared to my personal page because I'm in it, right? So it just made sense to do that. And look at the difference. Once I share it, the original place is getting the credit for the content, right? So I uploaded the video here. I clicked share and I shared it. Let me change this to my personal. So I clicked share and I shared it to my profile, right? Now, when I come back to my personal profile and I click here and I scroll down to that post, the reason that is so important is because if I do this from my business page, even though I'm sharing this with my sphere and I know that most of my engagement is going to come from right here, look what still shows up. So if this was my personal business page, I'm not an agent, but if this was Jimmy, it's going to say Jimmy McNally, Realtor Central 21 Beggins, right? Whatever his business page is named, it's going to show up right here. Yep. So now what am I doing? I'm reminding my personal sphere where I am getting a bulk of the engagement that I'm a real estate agent, right? And so that's showing up and subconsciously they're seeing that. And so that's why it's super powerful to share. And then I also clicked share and I shared it from here into a bunch of groups. And so under more options, you have share to a group. And if I click share to a group, all the groups that I'm members of come up. And all I have to do is sit here and click share to all the groups that it's relevant in. Now, if this is a video about a new listing, I can't spam the groups. But this is a funny piece of content. I'm not selling anything, right? This is why content and creating engaging content is so important. Because now I can take this and I can share this into all the real estate groups because it was a video really for real estate agents poking fun at how hard it is to show homes right now. And because they're selling so quickly and they care about it and they will find it funny, right? And so that's allowed. And so now I'm sharing this into groups. But again, when I share it into the group, where is it all feeding back to? Right here. So if I've got my business page and that's where it all started, guess where a lot of the growth and credit is coming from an algorithm perspective? To my business page.
Yep.
So now when I click on this, when they're like, oh, who's BE3? Now they click, they're going to see the rest of our stuff, right? And so that's why this is super powerful. And you can see this ended up having 11 shares just from here. So super, super powerful to post and then share your content, okay? All right, speeding up here a little bit. So share your posts. Now we're going to go into Messenger on each platform. And I want you to send 5 people a one-on-one message. Now, you could pick 5 people strategically. The other way to do it, which is one of the ways that I think is the most beneficial, is if I'm creating content or if I've done my commenting like I'm supposed to, and someone comes and comments on it. So let's see, Misty just mentioned me in a comment. So now if Misty just replied back to my comment, I'm going to click on Misty and I'm going to click message and I'm going to start a conversation with Misty because she just engaged with me. Does that make sense? I'm going to pick 5 people though to do this with. And if I don't want to do that, then all I'm going to do is click Messenger and I'm going to come into Messenger and I'm going to open up the full Messenger and I'm going to go through my contacts and I'm going to find 5 people that I haven't talked to in a while. And I'm going to message them one-on-one and just say, hey, how are things going? Haven't talked to you in a while. You know, if I really want to do my homework, then I'm going to click on them first. I'm going to see what's going on in their world. And then I'm going to engage one-on-one with them. 5 people, one-on-one conversations. So important per platform. It's not going to take you that long. Then we're going to re-engage with anyone that engages with us. So we're going to go like their comment. We're going to respond to them. We're going to keep the engagement going. And then we're going to repeat that daily. Okay, that's it, guys. You do these 9 things, and this is the result. After one day, if you just do the bare minimum, you will have commented and engaged with 25 different pieces of content in one day. You will have commented and engaged with a minimum of 3 pieces of content on your community or niche. You will have added at least 25 new people to your sphere, because that was a step that I skipped by accident. We're going to go in and click add 5 people, right, on each platform. It's very easy to do on your friends list. And then you will have started one-on-one conversations with 25 different people. You will have created a piece of content and gotten exposure for that content on 5 platforms, because we're going to create the post and we're going to post it on our 5 main platforms. Guys, and realistically, what should take you under an hour, that's the result after 1 day. I don't know about you guys, but if you talk to 25 people alone, just message, and at the end of the 5-day work week, you've had 125 one-on-one conversations, I'm venturing to say there's going to be a deal that comes out of that. And more importantly, I'm going to venture to say that's significantly more than you ever would have talked to had I told you to go knock on doors. If I told you to go knock on 125 doors by Friday, all of you would probably give me the finger and kick me out of the office. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to sit on your couch in your Batman costume and message 25 people. I think it's doable. Jimmy, you're an agent. Everything I just went through, is there anything there that you're like, there's no way that's possible?
No, definitely not. I mean, you talk about, hope nobody's confusing this niche with a lane. But if your lane is going to be social media and you're going to focus on doing those things, grabbing a niche and doing these things, hands down. I mean, you're going to be you're on your phones 24/7 anyways. Now, some of you may not be, on Facebook as much or on Instagram as much. And maybe that's something that you need to, make a page up and start getting in front of. But you're doing it anyways. When I do this stuff, it's when I'm sitting in car line for an hour waiting to pick up my kid. I know I'm going to check it not first thing in the morning. I turn that off. I know I do some other things first before I start getting into work and seeing what's happening socially. But, you're already on there doing it. You're already liking everything that you're going through and seeing. Start commenting on that kind of stuff, and then as you tie all of them together, like Instagram with Facebook, you start scheduling to do certain things. I know you're going to be talking about content anyways. There's a way that some of this is going to flow pretty easily, so you can hit the people that want to watch it on here, or want to watch it on here, or want to watch it on here. The more that you start doing it, so
100%, and you hit on it. You're doing it anyways. The only key here, the only switch is that you need to think about it strategically. That's really the switch, right? The switch is just thinking about it strategically and saying, okay, I'm on the platform anyways, but instead of me only commenting on my best friend's posts, let me also go comment on someone that I don't talk to as often. That's it. If you have that simple unlock, you are going to create so much potential business for yourself. So let's open it up. We got 5 minutes left. Let's open it up. Any Q&A, any questions, any comments, any roadblocks?
We got one question, another question that came up. I'm going to do Mike first. So I've been posting on my social for more than a year and I've gotten nothing out of it except people liking my posts. What do you feel I'm doing wrong?
So I've been posting on my social.
And I'm only getting likes. So what I would probably say is that it all depends. Do you have a business? Do you have a business page? Is it your personal? Are you doing these steps? I think you answered some of them going through the steps, Mike. Whereas you are posting on your business page, sharing it to your personal page, sharing it to the group, starting to have some conversations around that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're just posting and throwing stuff up, you're not necessarily going to get engagement. You got to start putting it in places where people are going to see it and want to start engaging, if that makes sense. And then you got to flip it around too, which I think is more on the content side, the kind of content you're giving. That could be a thing too.
Content to me is the biggest variable, right? And we're going to dive into that heavily here in the next session. Content is the biggest variable. I think one thing you need to keep in mind, Martin, is what type of content are you posting, and then who are you sharing that with, right? So the content itself never lies. It's either good or it's not, or it hits home with the audience or it doesn't. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that your posts are bad. What it means is that if I post about the Redskins on my personal page and I leave it there, I know who exactly I'm going to get to comment. Jim Graff, if he's on Facebook, is going to come comment on it because he always does. My dad and a couple of my family members who are hardcore Redskins fans will come comment. If Jimmy sees it, he'll probably say something. I have another friend who's a big Redskins fan. He'll say something. Outside of that, I will only get likes from friends and family because they think it's cute that I'm a Redskins fan or whatever, but they don't care about that. Now, if I take that same exact post and I click share and I share it into a Redskins fan page group, I'm going to get significantly more engagement. So why? Because the content itself was not super contextual to my general sphere, but it was super contextual to that group. And so if I want to be super contextual to my general sphere, I need to take the time to understand what do they care about. And a lot of times the only way to do that is to vary the content quite a bit. It's the reason that the content that I create for you guys on a daily basis is different. It's not always the same. It's not always about real estate. It's about stuff that I know 80% of it is stuff that I know that if you post it, you're going to get 20 comments, 30 comments. Lauren's posted some stuff. I think she's on. She can comment on this in the chat. She's gotten like 60 or 70 comments on some of the posts that I've created that she's posted. That's 60 to 70 people that have engaged with her that will now start to engage again and see her stuff, and it just starts to snowball. So that's why the strategy works. The strategy takes time too. This isn't something that's going to happen overnight, but I think, Martin, for you, it just has to be a little bit of a step back just to say, okay, what am I posting? And ask them, hey, what do you guys want to see? Message them. The people who liked it, message them, be like, hey, what's going on in your world? How can I help? Just engage, ask questions. That's how I think you're going to grow. And then jumping into conversations. That's why Twitter's super powerful.
Yeah.
The way that I would leverage Twitter is literally search your niche, search your community on there. And if you see that people are talking about a new restaurant going up in Apollo Beach, jump in on the conversation.
Yep.
Right. That's how those things happen. And then you start growing your sphere, then you do get more engagement, and so that's how I kind of look at it.
Hey, Mike, can you throw back up those 10 things again?
Yep. Here they are. And if you guys work for us, if you work for Beggins, then you know that on BE3 Agents, which you have access to, these step-by-step guides are in there. And in that guide, I actually give you screen shares, and we dive into more depth on each of these steps. So go to the step-by-step guide, click the daily marketing guide. If you work for us, you know where to find that. And that may help you. Facebook Boost, Laura, is not worth the money at all. I would never, ever, ever use Facebook Boost post. Two different platforms, right? So that is not the same as running an ad. Very, very different. If you are going to do that, you either need to understand how to truly run ads within Ads Manager, or because you work for Century 21, you have the power of Social Ad Engine, which does give you the ability to run content now and your own content. So I personally would rather see you go into Social Ad Engine and run a true Facebook ad through there, but they simplify the process. Upload your own piece of content though, and run it that way. But I would not use boosted posts to do that.
And we had one more. Cheryl popped up and she said something about she's got Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Haven't posted anything except for Facebook. Follows on all these accounts. Suggest I should post what my first post should be. I think this will tie into creating content when you guys get into that. So Cheryl, if you hang on here while he jumps into the next one, he'll be able to answer that one for you.
Yeah. So Cheryl, we will dive into the content with Jonathan here in 1 minute. And I think for you just got to start doing, right? That is the biggest takeaway, guys.
Hell yeah.
Stop debating, start posting. Here's the best thing about this. Jimmy can tell you one of his best videos that I remember was a major fail because your pants fell down while filming it, right? So it was a major fail. But you know what? It was real. It was authentic. It wasn't overly produced. And at the end of the day, what the worst thing that's going to happen is people are going to see that. And then guess what? Tomorrow, later that evening, an hour later, the algorithm has already pushed it through. And if Jimmy posts again, that's what's taking over. So if you have a post that no one engages on, who cares? In 5 minutes, it's gone and something else is going to be there. So
Yep.
stop debating it, just do it. Get in the habit of doing these 10 steps. And I promise you, your social effectiveness will go through the roof. It really
Yep.
will. But you have to commit to these 10 things.
You got to do it. You have to jump out. You just get out. If you're not comfortable, get out and just do it. The more that you do these things, and we talked about practicing scripts, talked about tonality and practicing all how you sound. It's the same thing. You just got to get out and do it. And the more that you do it, the more comfortable, the easier it's going to be, the faster and more efficient you're going to be. And then it's going to be second nature and you're good to go. But you got to stop making excuses, stop being scared, stop whatever it is, and just, go do it. Find that niche, find out what it is, and go rock it out. Just do it.
And leverage those things that Jeff and Chris just went through from a DISC perspective. As you guys get better at that from a connection perspective, start utilizing that in your posts. Mix in DISC into your content, into your video.
Yes.
And we're going to dive into that here now, but leverage that because it's super powerful even from a social perspective. Well, Jimmy, thank you for your insights. If Jimmy or I can help you guys, feel free to reach out and to either one of us, and we will happily help. Jimmy is going to head out, and I'm going to bring Jonathan in, and we will dive into the content creation side of this. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you for having me.
Batman is out.
That really
All right. See. Let's see here. 1 second so I can bring Jonathan in.
Give me a second.
Oh, we got a little background going on here. There we go. Since Jeff really wanted to see my face, I will make this so that can happen. So I apologize to all of you in advance for having to now look at me too. We'll blame it on Jeff. That's a nice finger you had there. All right. So me and Jimmy ran a couple minutes over, but I kind of figured that might happen. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up our other presentation. But while I do that, let me go ahead and introduce those that do not know Jonathan. Jonathan is our director of video production. So he is kind of the man behind the scenes of all of our content, the man behind the camera. He, has amazing talent from an editing perspective and just some of the amazing videos you see on our YouTube channel and some of the stuff we do that is produced is him. And if it sucks, it's also his fault. But if it's really good, then that's all the talent. But in all seriousness, Jonathan did a really good job. But one thing that I think Jonathan also does a really good job of is really helping agents and our agents specifically to try and simplify their content creation. Because he does get asked a lot, hey, Jonathan, like what kind of lighting do I need? And what about this? And these big elaborate setups. And the reality is, for most of you, you don't need that, right? We don't need, yes, we do as a brokerage, we do create some very high quality stuff that Jonathan puts together. But even recently, if you've been following us for a while, you've seen we've backed away from all of the super highly produced content as well. And we've tried to go a little bit more simple in a lot of our stuff. And primarily that's been to kind of prove a point that you don't need this super highly produced video content to have an effect and to be effective with your strategy, right? You can create just by creating very basic videos and pictures and just understanding that the context of the video or the picture is far more important than the production quality, I guess is really the big thing, right?
Right.
So Speak to that while I get the presentation going. What is your take from an agent perspective? Like what do you see the biggest pitfall that most agents fall into when it comes to creating strategy?
So I've seen a lot of agents. Actually, a lot of agents have come to me with ideas and things to do that they want, these big elaborate ideas. And I think one of the biggest things is once they come to the realization of what it is that they want, they're kind of looking up at this monstrosity of a project that they don't really realize the details and the things that go into building something like that. And it's completely unnecessary. I mean, people want to have these giant big followings, and they think in order to do that, they have to have this super high quality video or photography. It's not the case so much anymore. You're not building for TV. You're not building for, a large audience right off the bat. Most of these people that have giant audiences that started maybe on social media are using their arm and a cell phone, not knowing anything about lighting, not knowing anything about exposure, all that stuff. They just have an idea that they feel like that the world wants to know, and they want to share, and they just pull the trigger and do it. And that's the biggest thing. It's literally, doesn't matter what it looks like. If the message is there and it feels to the viewer, then you've hit gold already.
And I think that's ultimately what we want to get across in this session, right? So ultimately, I want people to leave this session, with some tools and tactics to be able to create content very quickly and easily. And number two, to just have the confidence to go actually start creating and distributing their own content. We're going to give you some ways, some tips, some tools, some strategies around the actual content creation, how to share that, and specifically the different types, and that you may not feel comfortable or be to do all of the different types of content that you can create, but that's okay. You just have to go and create a framework that's going to actually allow you to do it, right? So a lot like the 10 steps we just went through. The reason I like those 10 steps is because they're very easy to execute on a daily basis. It's why we call it the daily marketing guide. Those steps, it's not difficult to go actually execute on those 10 things on a regular basis. The problem with some of these big elaborate video concepts and podcast concepts and things that agents want to do is that they are things that are not easily replicatable by the agent on a daily basis. They're great in theory. They're great if you have a guy like Jonathan on your team, but most of you don't want to pay Jonathan's salary to be on your team. So that's not something that's an easy thing for you to go do, right? And so when I take a step back, that's usually whenever an agent comes to me and says, hey, I've got this idea, the very first thing I'm doing when I evaluate that idea is it something that I believe that they can easily replicate over and over and over again? And if the answer to that is yes, then it works. If the answer to that is no, then we need to go back to the drawing board, right? And it's the same thing that we started doing. If our content that we started creating, years ago was to go interview top business professionals from around the country, this would have been very difficult for us to go execute on because we don't know that many of them. And then there's scheduling and there's so many steps, right, to make that happen. So that's a great concept in theory, but it's a really hard thing to go execute on. Where I want you guys to take a step back and say, okay, well, what can I execute on? Well, for us, that was, hey, we do this, right? Every single day. We do real estate every day. What if we just documented and talked about the things that we're doing every day anyways? Literally what we started doing, right? We hired Jonathan to start filming it, and Jeff and I and Craig and the rest of the team literally would just get on camera and be like, hey, this is how we create our video. This is how we create this post. This is how you handle this in a transaction. And these are just things that we already know and we're doing every day. So it was very easy for us to do and replicate every day. And so that's what I want to get across. When you guys are thinking about creating content or doing this stuff, it just has to be something that you are already doing or have easy access to do. The tip videos are really tough. Craig likes your hair. I'm surprised he likes it though, because it's down and not in a ponytail.
If I pull it back, it looks like I'm bald. So I didn't do that. I didn't want to
That'd
do
be
that.
sweet. You should have done it. You totally should have done it. So I think, one thing that I see a lot is like the tip videos, right? That agents like to do. It's not that they're bad. It's that after a week, you've run out of content, right? There's only so many tips. And the other challenge to that is that's the first place every agent goes. Where I would rather you take a step back and say, you know what? Forget about real estate for a second. What do you do every day? For me, I go on a run every morning, right? So one of the things I've started doing a lot of my content around is around what's going through my mind. After that run, I'll shoot a video for Jonathan. A lot of the shortcuts, and we can show some in a little bit, that we've been doing, that Jeff does, that I do, are things that we're doing after something that we every day anyways. And so for me, it's like, hey, what was going through my mind during that run? I'm already on the run every day, right? I'm obviously thinking about things. So what was going through? So that's very easy for me to replicate. So that's just kind of the principle that the core principle I want to get across. But we're going to go through the tools and the strategy of to do this in a very easy way. So when it comes to content creation, we have pictures, right? Which is creating posts, flyers, and all of that. So for me, and I've talked about this platform a lot of you are using it. My favorite platform, I'm going to escape out of this for a minute, is canva.com. And so for those of you that are not familiar with this, please, 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 please get familiar with this. If you want to create pictures from a content perspective and create posts. Now, if you work for us, you're getting a piece of content every single day delivered to your inbox that we created. And 99% of the time, that piece of content was created in this platform right here. And why? Because it's super easy for me to be able to replicate. Again, going back to our core principle, I know that if I want to deliver a piece of content to you every day, in order for me to be able to actually commit and execute on that, it's got to be something that I have easy access to, that I can do pretty quickly, and that I can replicate that every day. And that's what Canva does for me. So every single morning, and I can even do this there's a free mobile app version of this, which is very good. Literally, you can come click create design. They've already got all the sizes optimized for you. Let me share I am sharing my screen. No, let me share my screen. Okay, there we go. So canva.com, literally click create design. They've got all of these sizes already optimized for you. So Instagram, Facebook, same size format, right? So that's irrelevant. But I click on Instagram posts. And for those of you that are not as creative minded, right? So I know for people like Jonathan and I, like we're high eyes for the most part. We're very creative by nature. So a lot of times we want to create stuff from scratch. If that's you, you can easily do that in here. But if you are not, there's all these templates, thousands of templates that are already beautiful and nicely designed, and you can click on any one of them and edit them, right? So let's just say like I am not super creative and I want to do this, great. Well, if all I have to do is click on this, and then I can change any of the pictures. So I can upload my own stuff right here. So I can upload my own pictures of the listing, or they have a ton of pictures in here. So maybe I want to talk about that new listing I got, and I'm just going to say that this is my listing, right? So then I just drag it over and drop it. And then maybe the kitchen in that particular house is this one, and I drag and I drop it there. And then I've got a living room, and I drag and drop it here. And then I've got a bedroom, and I drag and drop it here. And you guys see the point, right? And then I can just edit my text. And now within literally a couple minutes, I've created a beautiful post. Nicely designed, professional. I click download, and it's ready to go. So this is a very, very simple way. The reason I love Canva is not only is it super easy, not only is it free, there is a paid version. We do have the paid version. It's not that bad. If you're going to use it every day like we do, I highly suggest doing the paid version because you do have access to more stuff, more pictures, more video, because you can create some video through this as well. You just have access to more of that if you're on the paid account. But it's still a great app for free. But also the mobile app is super user friendly. And so for busy real estate agents, you guys are on the go, right? And so you need to be able to create something on the go. And this gives you the ability to do that. You can also create flyers. So you can literally search flyers in here. You can do a whole presentation. You can do all of those things. So I highly suggest getting really, really familiar with Canva. So if you want to create pictures, you want to create posts of your own for social, highly, highly, highly suggest doing that. Okay.
We got a hand up, Sandra.
Oh, Sandra, what is your question? I see you raise your hand. I don't know if that was by accident or if you have a question. So if you have a question, feel free to type that in and I will gladly answer that for you. Okay, let me present this again. So that's pictures, guys. That's literally how easy it is. Okay. Then we've got video. This is kind of Jonathan's specialty. So in my mind, there's really a couple types of video. We have our live video. We've got our kind of what I'll call quick tips, quick cuts. These are quick little videos that we want to do that are usually short, easy. You are not necessarily doing it live, but it also doesn't require any editing, right? So I'll show you a couple examples of that. And then you have your fully edited videos. That's more of what you're seeing from us from a YouTube perspective, full length, fully edited kind of video. So those are your three types of video, right? Now, for those of you watching, and I'm sure Jonathan would agree to this, I'll get his thoughts on this. For me, if you struggle getting on video because you it's uncomfortable, you can see the wrinkles under your eyes and you don't think you slept well and you just don't want to do it because you don't like how you look on camera. Well, number one, we all know what you look like because we see you. And so that's really not a reason to hold yourself back. But live video is usually my go-to with someone like that. If you are struggling to get on camera, go live. It'll force the issue. You will get more engagement. You don't have to worry about lighting. You don't have to worry about any of that. You literally go on the platform, click the button, go live, and do it. And when you do those things, now I'm forcing myself to get out of that comfort zone. And if you were in the class we just had, what does your sphere want? They want you. So live videos of you usually do really, really well. Mindy Smith in our office does a lot of live video, and she struggled to do it at first. She finally started doing it, and she started getting more business than she knew what to do with. So if you're struggling with video or going on camera, I strongly suggest going live. And Lauren just typed in and people see the real you. Absolutely. And that's super important. Guys, I can tell you, and Jonathan can attest to this, we started seeing a drop in engagement compared to the rise we got when we shoot what I will call unedited video. Right now it is edited, but not highly produced video. Let's call it that. So Jonathan, you literally do this for a living. You edit videos for a living, but what are your thoughts on unedited or live video versus fully edited?
Guys, unedited videos is the way to go as a real estate agent. Now, I understand that a lot of people have this image in their head of what they're supposed to look like, kind of referring to what Jimmy was talking about earlier. In the beginning, that's not what it's about, because as Jeff and Craig always say, it's about, trying to get people to trust you. And if you are hiding behind cuts and edits and LUTs and all these different editing techniques to make yourself look better, people are going to be a little less turned off on the personal side of you. And it's never really a good thing to just put out that stuff all the time. Hence the reason why recently we started going a little bit more toward the raw style, where I've actually had Jeff, I've had Mike, and I'm still working on Craig, but I've had them literally just take their phones up and record themselves for a minute, not even that long, just something that's on their mind. And they'll send it to me. And basically what I'll do is I put captions on it because, you know, certain platforms, some people aren't going to always listen to the sound. So I put captions on that and maybe a title just so people can kind of get a feel for what they're about to watch. But it's raw and it's unedited. I don't do any color correction or anything like that to these videos. Sometimes I need to, but because of that specifically, I'm showing them our viewers the real raw version of how we do things as a real estate brokerage and as a real estate agent, as Jeff does, and as Mike does for his marketing. So, so I think it's really, really, really important for you just to hold up your phone and record yourself. Like Mike says, there's a lot of great pluses to going live. Not only do all the people that you're friends with get notifications about you going live, but you're more likely to get in people's feeds that way than maybe posting later or recording something and then posting later. But it all starts with practice. Just practice and doing something makes you feel more comfortable with it. And if you can feel confident to do an unedited video, you're way ahead of the game. You don't overthink that concept that I can't say ums and I can't say uhs and I can't pause. You know, that's not really what people really want. They understand that you're a real person and they want to get that feeling from you.
100%. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it literally comes back to start doing and stop debating, right? Just stop debating whether you should, stop debating how you look, stop debating how you sound. Just do it. Get on camera and do it. If you want to shoot video, right? That's just one form of content, guys. If you don't, do I think video has more value on a lot of these platforms than pictures? Yes, I do. However, the right image can get you just as much engagement, if not more, right? The daily content that we create, 80% of the time, the posts that I'm giving you because I know that it's something that your spheres are going to engage in. And, you know, there are a lot of you that are getting 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100 comments on stuff that I've put out that you're then posting on your platform and it's a picture. And a lot of times it's the simple ones that get great engagement. I was talking to Jonathan Knight, who's with a Century 21 in West Virginia. Jonathan's been, you know, a follower of ours since the beginning. So we've built a really good relationship with him. And Jonathan is only a few years in the business. And last year we did a podcast with him and he was super, super excited because I think that was his first full year actually in real estate, maybe his second year. And he had done 35 deals, I think, which was awesome, right? Crazy production. I talked to him yesterday and then again today. Jonathan is about to close his 90th deal of the year. 90th deal.
Holy cow.
Yeah. And so I was talking to him. I was like, man, like that's crazy. And I follow Jonathan from a social perspective, right? So actually, let me show you guys this. So he messaged me and we were just chatting back and forth about, you know, kind of some of the things he's been doing. And so this was literally his message to me, you know, just a little bit ago. And he created this post and the post literally, actually, you know what? I want to show it to you. Let me go back to Facebook. So I want to show you the post. This is how simple this is, guys. When you play the game from a content perspective. So Jonathan does a fantastic job. I just clicked on the wrong Jonathan. That's a group. Hold on 1 second. People, there we go. Sorry. Here he is. Okay, so this is the post. Who wants to buy a home in 2021? Message me so we can develop a plan to turn your dream into reality. Boom, right? Credit repairs are welcomed. Now, he's only gotten 8 comments here, which is still great. 11 shares, 36 engagement. But he messaged me and he said, dude, you'd be blown away. My inbox is blowing up, and he shot me some of the screenshots that he was having, and this just happened to be super timely for this thing that we're doing, because I didn't ask him for any of this, but he shot me a couple of these screenshots, and basically these screenshots are people messaging him saying, hey, like, I saw your post and I've seen that, like, one of them said, I've saw how happy your last clients were. So let me click on this. I think it's this image right here. We'd love to get to work on my credit, be able to buy. I seen how much you worked with Nicola and how happy she was to finally make her dreams come true, right? So this is someone who saw a post that he made from a friend about how great of an experience they had, right? And why did they see that? Because Jonathan is doing a fantastic job of mixing that into his content. But if you look through his feed right here, how much of it's about real estate? I haven't seen one yet. You guys tell me when you see one. No. Oh, wait, there's one. So I think you see the point. This is a guy who's going to do 90 deals. He's got, when I talked to him yesterday, he had 24 pending on top of the 60 something he had already sold. This is a guy who's going to do 90 deals. And the first real estate post in his feed was about 8 posts down. So the key to this is not anything other than creating content that he knows he's going to get engagement on, so that when he makes a post like this, people actually see it. That's the game.
One thing I really want to touch on is the content creation too that you're making. Like you said, doesn't always have to be real estate. And I think a lot of people are thinking, I have to make the perfect content. But if you're thinking of it in that way, you're not making the content that you want to make, and therefore it's not letting you make content at all, and then now you're kind of screwed, right? So if you're going to make content, make sure, come up with something that you like. I like just this past week, I wrote down a list of probably 25 different topics that anybody could come up with to talk to me. And this is literally about real estate. But it's one of those things where if you can take 10 minutes like I did to write down these topics, it could be anything that you like. And then ultimately at one point you just throw real estate in there. That's great. Or if you're that good, you can actually tie in the things that you really love into real estate. So say, for example, you're a handyman, or you just know your way around a drill, and you want to tell somebody about how you built this deck. A lot of people have been saying this deck's really cool, and a lot of people really liked it. So I'm going to make a video about how to do that. Maybe at the very end of that, be like, hey, just in case you guys are looking for a house like this, that's got a deck, like this, you can throw it in. I'm maybe not as good to try to tie that stuff in, but what I'm saying is the content that you can make doesn't have to deal with something that you have to overthink. Do it with something that you enjoy doing.
Yeah, it's 100% true, right? So in your content, 80 to 90% of this, and I get asked this a lot, how much should be real estate and how much should be not real estate? 80 to 90%, in my opinion, should not be real estate. Should have nothing to do with it. Because the reality is, guys, is most people who are, especially from an organic social perspective, they already know you and they're engaging with you in some way, shape, or form on there. They're not engaging with you 9 times out of 10 because that you're in real estate. They're engaging with you because of something else, right? Your kids go to school together. Your kids play a sport together. You guys have similar interests into something. You guys went to the same high school. You went to the same college. You used to work together. You worked in similar something. There's some commonality there. It's very, very rare that they're only friends with you because you do real estate, right? And so when we think about it from that perspective and we engage with them for the reason that we have a connection to begin with, then the fact that I do real estate will eventually come up. If I'm friends with Jeff, right, and Jeff is a potential prospect of mine at some point down the future, and we both happen to go to the University of Florida, the fact that we went to UF is our big connection point. So if I focus on building the relationship that way, then Jeff might do business with me just because I went to UF and he trusts me for that reason. And oh, by the way, he's in real estate. Yeah, you know what? I'll reach out to Mike. He's going to reach out to me because of the UF thing, not because I'm in real estate. I just happen to be in real estate and he trusts me because of the UF thing, right? And so that's where I need you guys to get your head around when we're talking about this content creation. What we're creating just needs to be engaging. It needs to be entertaining, or it needs to be focused around education, right? One of those three things has to happen. And if there's ways to do more than one, great. But if you go into a piece of content with that in mind, that I'm going to educate, I'm going to entertain, or I'm going to educate, right? Or encourage. And so inspire, do something like those are the things that are actually going to drive engagement overall. And those are things that are going to build your brand and build your trust and build your niche. So as you're thinking about videos, you're thinking about pictures, understand that that's the case. Now, for those of you that maybe you're not as visual, right? You don't like the pictures. You're not a big video person. Fine. That doesn't mean you don't create content. That means that we have to turn to other pieces of content. Guess what? Articles, blogs, that's content, guys. And same thing with audio. And so Jeff alluded on this before the session that I do with Jimmy. Audio is a huge, huge, huge thing. And I know a lot of real estate agents who love to talk. Guess what? A podcast would be a great thing to start. And it's super easy and it's super free. Literally go to anchor.fm, download the app, go to the website, you literally click record and you're off to the races. Guess what Anchor will do? When you're done with that audio, which could be 5 minutes, could be an hour, it could be 2 hours, however long you want it to be, about whatever you want it to be about. And when you are done, you click done. Guess what Anchor does? It distributes it to every single major podcast platform for free without you doing a single thing. Guess what? You just started a podcast, right?
Guys,
so these are the things that
you have
there's
no
no
idea the
excuse.
power of that. Like the power of literally being able to post it across all those different platforms with one click. Just from talking. Ridiculous.
Talking, right? And so what it allows us to do, just as an example, and we're going to get into our content model in a minute, but when we created a podcast, right? So we have our Happy Agent podcast. We film that via Zoom now. We used to have Jonathan in the room with us, but now we're very afraid that he has COVID 24/7, so we don't allow him in the room next to us. So we shoot it all via Zoom. But we take that recording and that goes on YouTube. And then we strip the audio, and guess where that audio goes? It gets uploaded into Anchor as a podcast that's audio form only, right? And so then that gets distributed. I was looking the other day on one of the podcasts, we had like 1,500 views or 1,500 listens on Anchor, and there were listens from France, from the UK, from Germany, from all over the world, right? We didn't do a single thing. We didn't spend $1. I didn't have to go and like upload into Overcast and then iTunes. I didn't have to do anything. Literally just film it and it does it all for you. So the power that's available to you, and I've got LinkedIn here next to the written blog, because those of you that love to write, if you come into LinkedIn makes this super easy to do in a very professional way. So if you just come in to LinkedIn and you click the post up here, you'll see this option, write an article. And so if I click on this, it actually formats and creates a professional way for me to actually write a professional looking blog or article. And so I can click and upload my own image here, and then I can sit here and write my article. And now I can post that, and then I can copy that text and I can go put it on Facebook as a long form post. I can go put that on Instagram as a long form post, right? So these are things that you can still leverage the other platforms just in your own way, right? And understand that you may not get the same engagement. That's okay. it's still got to be true to you. You can't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. To Jonathan's point, it's got to be something that you want to do. Because if you don't want to do it, eventually you might force yourself to do it for a day or two or a month or a week. You're not going to force yourself to do it every day consistently long term, right? So you have to create a framework and make sure that the topic is something you want to talk about, and make sure that you understand that you are not pigeonholed to a specific theme or topic. Because this week you want to talk about football does not mean that every week and every piece of content you have to talk about football. Just because we're doing real estate right now doesn't mean that we can't talk about other stuff. In fact, over the last month, if you really pay attention to our micro cuts, we've talked very little about real tactical real estate and gotten way more about actually how to build real estate into your life, and more life stuff and more mindset stuff and more general just business and relationship and connection and communication. We've talked a lot more about that and a lot less about real estate. Why? Because we felt like we should. We're not held to a theme. Tomorrow, if we want to start talking about real estate again, we will. I'm not worried about it, right? So at the end of the day, you have to just realize you are not in a bubble. You are in control. Make the content you want to make and make content that you feel good about. So written words, audio, okay? Those are other things. So there are still some of you listening, watching this that are going to say, no, there's not a filter in the world. There's not a platform that's going to make it easy enough for me to do it. I'm not doing it. You're an idiot. I'm not writing anything. I'm not doing it. Cool. That doesn't mean you can't do anything. It just means we've got to take another step back and say, okay, well, what can we do? Well, one thing we can do is we can share other people's content. You don't want to go create your own? You don't have time to create your own? Great. I do this actually a lot for one of my e-commerce businesses. I share content a lot because I don't have time to go create custom content for it. So I'll show you what I mean. And you can still, as long as you're being contextual to your audience, you can still get a ton of engagement. So let me show you exactly what I mean. With this e-commerce brand here, I don't have time to create my own content. So instead, what I do is I know that 90% of this audience, right, is our parents, and primarily moms, but they're parents. And so what do I give them? I share kids that are funny videos, engaging videos. This girl's jamming, right? So what does that do? Well, it gets a ton of engagement. I didn't create this. I didn't have to, right? And if you scroll through our feed, that's what it is. It's other people's content. I didn't create a single post on here. I just know what my audience wants. And so I go source that content. I click the share button and I share it to the page. And so for you, if you're sitting back on, I'm not going to create video, I'm not going to do those things, great. Well, then you need to go find content around a niche or a neighborhood or a topic that you know your audience is going to care about, and start sharing that to your pages and use that. Or the other option is you pay for it. So we have a platform called meteorgo.com. You can go there. If you're a Century 21 agent, you get a significant discount. It's a couple $100 a year. And you select your topics that you want them to curate content around. And they will literally curate that content and post on your behalf 2 times a day, 7 days a week. What does that content look like? It looks like this. We actually use it for our main brokerage page as a demo to what it could look like for you as an agent. And it's actually really good stuff. So what they do is they curate content that looks like this. So they're creating articles. So you can see published by meteorgo.com. This is about eco-friendly landscaping. This one's about how to replace a dumb deadbolt lock with a smart lock. They call it a dumb deadbolt. That's hilarious. But they, they're curating this content and they're posting it for us. I didn't have to do a single thing, but I have to pay for it, right? So if you want to do that, you do that, right? So these are all options for you. There's no excuse though to not do anything. So I want to make sure we make that very clear. Okay. Now, once we've created content, We have to actually share that content with the world, which means we have to distribute that across the different platforms. And strategically, there are way better ways to do this than others. So obviously, these are kind of the core platforms that are dominating the social media landscape. Obviously, top 5 being Facebook, IG, LinkedIn, Twitter, TikTok. So those are the ones that we are priority on. Here's our model. So just to put this in perspective of what we do. We typically shoot longer videos, longer full-length videos that we're primarily using for YouTube. We then take that audio from those videos and we distribute that audio via a podcast, which goes on Anchor. And we also distribute that podcast a lot of times on Facebook by going live there or running it as a live video, even though it was previously recorded. There's some strategy behind that. Then we have our cuts, right? This is primarily what we're telling you guys to do. These 30 to 60 second videos do really, really well on all the platforms. And we're going to share those on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Then we have our 15-second cuts for stories. Those can be used on Instagram stories, Facebook stories, as well as TikTok. Okay. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, well, my kid's on TikTok, but all they do is dance on there. Yeah, you know what? I get it. It's a very youthful platform. I can tell you that you can still get a lot of engagement on there. And here's the bigger thing. If you're doing stories to begin with, for a lot of you that are really big on Instagram or Facebook stories, and you have that vertical format anyways in under 15 seconds, why would you not sit there and post it here too? Like, that's just something that to me, I can't understand. And like Instagram, like LinkedIn, it's leveraging hashtags, which we'll have Jonathan dive into in a minute. But, it's very similar. So why would we not use it, right? You already have the content. And then again, we're going to use the text like we talked about to create articles in LinkedIn. And then we have our pictures, which we can run on Instagram and Facebook. So this is how we think about content. Now, obviously, we have a team. This is what we're doing every day. This is easy for us to execute on. This isn't necessarily what we're trying to have you execute on. All I want you to do is pick something, pictures, words, or video, and just post it on ideally those 5 main platforms, but on at least one platform on a daily basis. That's it. That's what we're asking you to do. So how do we distribute our content? We need to understand a few core things. We need to understand how the algorithms work. So if we understand how the algorithms work, like we talked about a few minutes ago, engagement is everything. When you engage in something or when someone else engages in your content, it tells that platform that they like what you have to say. And so they'll start showing more of that to you, right? And so if we understand that when we're creating content, then our main goal needs to be able to create content that our audience cares about and engages in, because when they do, they're more likely to see my stuff. So using Jonathan Knight as the example again, that's why Jonathan's content works, because all of those other posts were engage, 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 engage. Oh, hammer them with something real estate. And they're actually going to see it because they were engaging in all the other content. Facebook's going to say, oh, well, you would probably care about this too because Jonathan posted it. And that's how the algorithms work. And so if we understand that, we can leverage them. We need to leverage the benefits of all the platforms. LinkedIn's going to give you a different audience than Facebook, than Instagram, than TikTok. Leverage all of them. We need to understand and leverage hashtags. So let's pause at hashtags real quick. So Jonathan, this confuses a lot of people. So how should they think about hashtags from a simplistic perspective?
All right. So when you sit down, so yesterday, actually, I have my dog right here who's actually snoring, but yesterday I was cutting my dog's hair and I didn't feel like I was doing a good enough job. So I pulled out my phone and I went to Google and I typed in, how do I cut my dog's hair with clippers? That's what hashtags are. Hashtags are literally keywords that if you want to reach somebody, you use those to help push your content to somebody that's searching for the whatever keyword that is. Maybe real estate, maybe it's Madeira Beach, maybe it's Bogosiega Drive where Jeff lives. Like one of these things is very connected to the other by simply just connecting the two keywords to with whatever it is that you're building your content around. So for us, we have, I mean, we're a very large brokerage, obviously, so we have a lot of areas that we cover. However, if I wanted to reach out to a specific area because I feel like maybe our content would relate more towards, for example, Jeff just did a post recently talking about Eta, about the hurricane or tropical storm that came through. I was in North Carolina for that, so fortunately I missed it. But he talked about a post or during one of our posts where he was explaining how now that these floods have come in, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't have homes that they're living in anymore. But he gave some valuable information to real estate agents that could help those people. So what I do with that particular one is I would use hashtag Madeira Beach. I'd use hashtag Reddington Beach. I'd use hashtag, Eta, anything that would have any sort of direct line to that particular keyword of what people are searching. That's what I would put in there. Now, put on your seatbelt for this one because this is a little bit more high end. When you put in hashtags, right underneath, it shows you how many posts have that actual hashtag attached to it. And you need to be smart with those because the reason being is if I put in hashtag the beach, it's going to have something like 10 million posts attached to that, which means that when you are attaching a hashtag like that to your post, there's a good solid chance, it's like the lottery, that your content will get buried in all the rest of those people that are posting that. But if you're going something a little bit more specific, like Mike just put up there, Madeira Beach, you have what?
112,603 posts using that hashtag.
So, I mean, that's a little bit better.
Which is a decent amount. But if I just add Florida to it, so as you start typing into on the platform, it's going to give you suggestions, right? So as I scroll down, I say, okay, well, if I just add Florida to it, and maybe I want to use this, but you have to understand that gaining popularity amongst 112,000 other posts that have used that hashtag is a little harder, right? From an algorithm perspective, than if I do one that's got 4,102. And then if I take another step further, well, wait, this only has 908. So what does that mean? Well, that means I have a greater chance of that keyword driving higher search results, right? For those that search it. But it also means that that's probably not as searched as much as Madeira Beach is based on the number of posts, right? So there's good and there's bad with that. The real answer is you could use all of them.
Yeah,
right?
So you want to have a good mix of all of them. That'll give your content a better chance of being seen. So, I mean, that's the skinny on hashtags. Somebody just wrote a question about where should I put hashtags on Facebook. Did I read that right?
Let me see. Let me go in the chat. Yes. Where do you put hashtags in a post for Facebook and others? So I'm glad actually, Jan, that you mentioned that. So Facebook really, you can use hashtags on Facebook.
Something optional.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful with it. So the platform was not built around hashtags in the way that Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn were all built around hashtags. Facebook wasn't. So the algorithm and the search results do not work with the same effectiveness in the same way that they do on those other platforms. Also, because of the fact that they were not built on there, a lot of times they feel out of place when you use a lot of them. So if you're going to use one or two in it, I think you're fine. What becomes glaringly obvious to people, though, is when you have 30 underneath because you use 30 on Instagram and there's 30 hashtags at the bottom of your posts. That screams laziness. It screams that you just posted on Instagram and had it automatically pushed to Facebook. I want to warn you guys against that. for a lot of reasons. Not necessarily that the picture or video that you're doing can't be used across both. It very likely can, but you want to think about the copy because you want to think about your audience, right? If I wrote longer copy, that might work on Facebook where it may not work as well on Instagram. Having it 30 hashtags may work well on Instagram. That's not going to really help you and it's going to look out of place on Facebook. So respecting the platform is a big deal, right? It's one of those things that I have a soft spot for. I really think from a true content perspective, you need to respect and customize kind of for the platform that you're posting on. And then the last thing with hashtags that I'll just put in there real quick before I let Jonathan finish is one of the things that I see heavily done in the real estate industry by a lot of agents, especially on Instagram, is you guys are using hashtags like hashtag realtor. Guys, that keyword is what you do for a living. It's not what the consumer is doing. So unless your goal is to get the attention of other real estate agents, that hashtag is not doing anything for you. Okay. That hashtag is indexing and essentially is Googling other real estate agents. Okay. The general consumer is not coming in and be like, hey, I wonder what's going on in the realtor community. Let me type that in. They're not doing that. So to Jonathan's point, you need to focus on the area. You need to be contextual to the actual posts, not contextual into what you do for a living, right? Just because you're a real estate agent does not mean hashtag real estate agent needs to be in every post, because that hashtag is not doing anything for you. So just be mindful of that. We use it in the brokerage level because we are, like for B3 content, you'll see those types because we're going after the attention of other real estate agents. But as a real estate agent, you shouldn't be. So I just want to hit on that real quick. Jonathan, do you have anything you want to finalize on that before we move on?
My last little bit on that back end of Facebook with hashtags. So yeah, don't put hashtag necessarily in the copy, but when you do post in Facebook, it does give you add keywords. So you can copy and paste your hashtags. You'll have to make sure that the hashtag's gone, but those keywords ultimately function the same way. It's a programming thing for Facebook.
Yes. You're gonna see significantly less though. Those keywords won't index quite as well. There's not as many that have been indexed by the platforms. Like if you search, as an example, if I go in to put a keyword in Facebook and I go to search real estate agent, it won't come up, right? So you can still put it in there, but it's not indexed in the same way by the platform. They have far fewer that they're actually indexed, just because it was kind of an afterthought, to be honest with you, by the platform. But so that's a good point. Now we just touched on this, respect the audience and how they consume. And, that's the big thing with the hashtags. Understand what your audience is doing on the platform, the mindset they're in, the fact that they're a different person on LinkedIn than they are on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. So respect that. Give them content that's going to engage with them on that platform and feel organic on that platform. And then create a framework that you can replicate. We've hit this over and over and over again, but it's the biggest thing I can really want to hit home is you've got to be able to consistently create content around this and just create content consistently. And for me, a lot of that is just creating a platform that allows you to do that. That's why I love Canva so much, because it does create the ability to create content consistently. And that's really the biggest thing. So real quickly, some things to avoid. Be careful auto posting between the platforms. Understand the power of your content. I do want to hit on this real quick. Especially right now, there's a lot of division going on in the country. There's been a lot of division going on. We've hit on this in some of the Marketing Mondays we've done. Understand, guys, that the content and the things you say and post about have implications. Now, if you are hardcore in your beliefs, let's just say because the political climate is so big, you're a hardcore Republican, you're a hardcore Democrat, and you want to share and engage with that, do it. I'm not saying don't do it. What I am saying is understand that what you post matters, and the fact that you go down that path If you're going to go hardcore on one side or the other, that is fine, but you need to understand that 50% of the people are not going to want to do business with you. And that's okay. So just understand that, and be respectful of that as you do create content. And then stop overthinking this. This is super simple. Hopefully you understood that from the pitch today. Just create pictures and create content that you know your audience wants to see. That's it. This is super simple. Stop trying to overproduce. Stop trying to worry about all the editing and everything else. Just do it. Okay. Just go out and do it. Any Q&A, I wanted to leave about 5 minutes to answer any questions. Anything at all, anything you guys are struggling with, questions from me and Jonathan.
Before we start getting into the questions, there's just one thing that if you guys are going to make social media the fuel for your business and you want to create content, and you got to think about this specifically, you need to wake up in the morning, the same reason why you wake up and you love real estate. You need to wake up and be like, I'm excited to post this piece of content. Because if you're not doing that, if you're scared or you're not looking forward to it, one, you're not going to do it, and two, it's not going to translate well. You got to love what you're distributing, and you got to love the message behind it, and ultimately you will find yourself in all the attention that you're looking for, because that's why people do social media and find themselves so successful in it, is because, again, they truly love what they're doing and what they're sharing with everyone. So if you can find that, you'll be great.
Cool. Answer a couple of things here I see in the chat. Are we going to have videos of today's training available? Yes, we will. Jonathan is going to be locked in a cave after these 3 days and just editing and getting these out. So when he comes out, he's going to have even longer hair, but we will have videos of each session. So we will post those and send those out to all the attendees. So you will get links to that. So that will happen, Aura. Fennel, so he asked, any recommendations for topics for a podcast for a suburb market in North New Jersey? Here's the reality, dude. The podcast could be about anything you want. The biggest advice I can give you as far as a podcast topic is it's got to be something that you can easily talk about and replicate. So whatever you are into, whatever the local area might be into. So it could be a local sports team. It could be a local high school. It could be local restaurants, local business owners. It could be anything. Now, the challenge with some of that, again, comes down to only do local stuff like business owners. And like, I think here's an example of high level, right? Thought versus execution. I know that if you created a local podcast that interviewed local high school and youth players, if my 10-year-old got to be on a podcast talking about his baseball and how, his last game went, he would think he was the YouTuber of the year, right? He would love it. And you would get a ton of engagement because parents like me would be like, look at my son, he was on this. So you'd get a ton of following and engagement. It would work. The problem is, or the question you need to answer is, do you have the framework and the ability and the sphere where you could put out a post to say, hey, I'm looking to interview local athletes to kind of come up with my star of the week or my athlete of the month. And you interview kids about what it's like and why they enjoy playing soccer or baseball or whatever it is. If you have the sphere to easily do that, that works. If you don't, that's a great idea with the inability to execute. So the answer is whatever you can easily execute on and replicate will work. Okay, I hope that helps.
Also, you can check out the Idea Lab.
The Idea Lab will work too on B3 Agents. Yeah, if you work for us, we have an Idea Lab on there. When designing a realtor business card, what do you recommend having on there? And what do you recommend having? A picture of yourself? Completely up to you. Obviously, you want your contact information. The reality is most people don't use business cards in the same way that they did before. I'm a much bigger fan of trying to exchange numbers or trying to exchange a social handle or trying to do that. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, there's no set thing. Just understand that the reality is most people are not going to keep your business card and then go do anything with it. So it's a nice thing to kind of hand out, but the reality is what you put on there's don't overthink it. It's probably not that important. Anything else?
Guys,
Okay.
you're gonna do awesome. Whatever content you guys put out, just have faith in it.
Let me bring Jeff and Craig back in. I think they wanted to kind of help close things out here for the day. And they had a message, I think. Let's bring them back in. Let's see whose hair is longer. I hope Craig has his hair down.
End of day one, next level you, hundreds of agents, amazing content.
All right, let's see. We've got Craig and let's see, Jeff. There he is. Let's bring these guys back in. Co-hosts.
It says I can't start my video because you stopped it.
I made you a co-host. I didn't stop anything. Yeah, you're a co-host.
There I am. All right, where's Junior?
I don't know. It's there, I guess. It wasn't letting him in. Okay.
All right, guys. So do me a favor. Do us a favor. Give us some feedback. Did you get some value out of today? This is a lot of content. I mean, this is like, what was it? 6 hours of nonstop content.
Oh, we're just getting started. Wait until tomorrow.
That's right.
Tomorrow's listing day. I'm just going to do a plug because if you guys can sign up for this, you need to. And absentee owners, first thing in the morning, 10 to 11. How to influence sellers, how to advise them and build trust with just sellers from 11 to 12. 1 to 2 is the listing process bulletproof. Craig and I walk you through that one. 2 to 3 is the listing presentation. Chris and I go in line by line, tearing it down for you. The art of pricing, you do not want to miss. Craig and Kat are going to just own that.
Yeah, we're going to teach you things you've never seen before.
Yep. And then you got a listing. Now what? All the things you need to do to make sure your listings sell. Assuming the market shifts a little bit and the average days on the market is not 14 seconds. And we're just going to prepare for Q1. Things will maybe level out a little bit more. So we got a lot more coming. So any comments, feedback from today? That's what we're looking for.
Awesome. Guys, it is drinking from a fire hose. And I realize that what we're telling you is probably more than you have to do to be successful today. But we want to build foundations to make sure that you do it right the first time. I got a little saying that I say all the time is you don't have to be perfect until you have to be perfect. Because most of the time real estate's really simple. We don't get in trouble at all. But when you get to the point where you do get in trouble, you'll be really, really glad you did the steps. So today was mostly mindset and social. Tomorrow's listing process. And I'll tell you, if you want to be successful, you want to be a professional in real estate, listings are the name of the game, and we will show you a bulletproof process to make that happen. So join in, show up, tune in, stay involved.
Lots of info, ton of notes. Good to hear that. Penny, Pam, great information, great content. Hey, tag a couple agents, bring them in with you. Rising tide raises all boats, guys. The better we can make our industry, the better all of us do. So bring a friend in with you tomorrow and enjoy the day. That's what we're all about here. So,
And yes, a lot of questions about recording. Everything's recorded. Jonathan is going to be locked into a room for the next
Got you guys.
3 or 4 days in editing.
I got
this
you guys
stuff.
covered. No worries.
Every time we say shit, he's going to go beep. And
A little more complicated.
I would
than
have
that.
if I would have known that, I would have cussed a lot more today.
Man.
well, guys, we have a lot of fun doing this, and it's just great. We enjoy it, and so we can't do this without you guys being here to absorb it. So come back tomorrow and the next day, and we're going to keep bringing our A game, and it gets better and better and better every time.
hey, on a personal note, to back up Jonathan, Mike, I hate video. I hate social. But Jonathan comes to my house every Thursday, and we sit there and we shoot video after video after video after video after video. And, it gets kind of normal. So just don't shy from it, right?
And you never know. Craig's actually a natural, so I don't have to coach him much at all. So
Would
he's
you tell
great
the
at it.
audience that I get more views than Jeff does?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I don't want to get put in that spot.
It's probably the ponytail.
That's it.
It's funny. He says the same thing when he's in front of me. I see a little brown nose in action going on around there.
Is that racist? Is that a racist comment?
Louisa said, I want to finish off by saying that today's 2 years since I went to the first company park with my mom, and I find it so fitting that now is the first day of training. Oh, that's awesome, Louisa.
It's Brenda's daughter.
Yeah.
All right. Love it. Family tradition, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Stick around. You'll be 50 years old pretty soon.
Cool. Thanks. So what's the end game? Is a recruitment offer or a pitch for coaching service? Nope. We
Nope.
just we bring this out to our agents and we open it up to you guys because the Rising Tide raises all boats.
We've
Well,
hired
I'm
75 of our
Perhaps
agents
we
the
got-
last time we did this class, and we're educating them and figured we'll open it up to you.
That's right.
We're
So
teaching
we don't
anyway.
sell- We're not selling coaching services or any of that stuff. So
We
they're
should.
not- Aren't in the Tampa Bay market. So we'll see. See you later, guys.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
See you
See you
tomorrow, guys.